What then cause or lead to road accidents?
The influence of drugs. Some of these drivers may be under the influence of one particular drugs or the other. Another factor could be curiosity. Maybe when trying to beat time, being curious to move to a particular place, maybe a place that will take you an hour, but you want to reach a particular destination in the next 25 minutes, then you go on over speeding.
Some of these drivers are just self-trained drivers. They do not go to, these driving schools and what have you. They just engage themselves in, when you have the car, I can teach myself, I can do something. They will just move on and start driving. And knowing the rules and regulations when it comes to driving is very, very vital, and it's very, very important.
When the traffic workers are not there at their duty post to control vehicles, it also causes accidents.
If you don't have the patience, you will be fighting with people. If you don't cause, somebody will cause you. If you are very, very careful, somebody will be very, very reckless in that you would like to cause accident for you. You take it or you leave it. That's it.
Any experience encountered?
The car just get in miscontrol. The thing is the gear that have the fault, and it fell into the gutter. And what people and other people begin, you can see it by yourself, people began to rush it. And thank God for the firefighter, they came and they did the pour water, so that it will not explode.
One of the major causes of road accidents can be attributed to dangerous roads and reckless driving. Zonal Commanding Officer Godwin Omiko speaks on what causes it and how it can be prevented to a maximum.
The major cause of road crashes is the human factor. There are other components that can cause road crash, including the road and the weather can also be controlled reasonably by the human factor. That's why we say that the major cause of road crashes is the human factor. We call on governments and all those who are involved in road construction, including the contractors themselves. We should rehabilitate or construct new roads that will help people move from one point to the other. That the drivers or owners of these vehicles should fix their vehicles. They say a station time saves 9. If the horn is bad, fix the horn. If the brakes are bad, fix the brakes. If the tires are bad, change the tires. Know the expiring date of these tires. Where there are no traffic lights, the officials are there to give way to traffic around the junctions. So they are important. What we ask is that our people should obey the traffic wardens or traffic officers wherever they find them. At the same time, where we have traffic lights, which is the electronic means of controlling traffic at intersections, people should obey those traffic lights, because violation of this could lead to serious crashes, could lead to loss of life and property.
If all these rules are applied and diligently obeyed, it will reduce further occurrence of road accidents, and we will have safe and smooth roads that are accident-free.
More needs to be done, especially by officials assigned to do the needful. Road signs, traffic lights, and regulations of non-roadworthy vehicles will make our roads safe. This concludes the episode. You can send a mail to roadmatters@nta.ng. Until the next episode, I am Fatima Umar. The safer the roads, the better for all. Bye-bye.
see the way Telebabadu pulls this.
Don't forget to send in your messages.
There's a difference between picking, child, and issue. That is the can do more with less people.
If we have a better way of addressing these issues, taking care of.
Congratulations, you were able to sign Timo Werner from RB Leipzig.
So you take water before your workout.
People have used that phone, using TikTok to do it like.
Should I go for test?
A lot of people don't even have resources.
I'm Cecil, and this is the Medley Show on NTA.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
Issues in the sports sector remain one of the most debated among Nigerians due to the passion, followership, government involvement, impact on Nigeria's external image and our national life in the sports parliament. The NTA offers Nigerians deep views on issues with experts in the sports sector, offering in-depth analysis, hindsight, insight and foresight towards elevating Nigerian sports to the zenith on the floor of the sports parliament. Sports Parliament, a unique platform for sports discussions, showing live on the NTA. Keep a date with the parliamentarians.
The eyes have it.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative and interactive on national issues accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the Social Investments Program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to News at 10 on NTA News 24. We are reaching you live from Abuja, Nigeria's capital city. I am Nolin Ebel Ame. First, the headlines. Vice President Osinbajo urges Nigerians to promote unity in entrenching one Nigeria. Health sector in Africa to receive boost with a $3 billion investment from African Development Bank. Improved education in the Northeast. United Nations and Borno State government inaugurate border security facility. Plus, Nigeria joins the world to celebrate the girl child. And now to the news. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Shall we be seated? Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, the Vice President, President of the Senate, Speaker, House of Representatives, Chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum and Governor of Ekiti State, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Chief of Staff to the President, Honorable Ministers, Senior Government Officials, resource persons, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We give glory to God for preserving us to be part of this midterm ministerial performance review retreat for ministers, permanent secretaries, and top government officials. I think this is the third in the series in the life of this administration. I'll do a quick rundown of the things we'll do In the morning segment, the first segment of the program, and who does what? Shortly, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and who is also like the chief host and convener, will come to give us objectives and context setting for this ministerial performance review retreat. After that, we are going to take goodwill messages from Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, United Nations, and Her Excellency Katrina Lang, British High Commissioner to Nigeria. Then we will listen to the father of the nation, President Muhammadu Buhari. His speech will be concluded with the unveiling of the Presidential Priorities Performance Management System. That will be unveiled at the right hand of this hall, and to join him in that ceremony will be the Vice President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation. After that, it will be the turn of His Excellency the Vice President to give us a progress report on the Economic Sustainability Plan. Economic Sustainability Plan. You have perhaps heard of how we got out of the COVID-induced recession so fast. The key is the Economic Sustainability Plan, and the Vice President will brief us on that plan. After that, we'll listen to one of our own and an international figure, one of our greatest exports to the world, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President, Africa Development Bank. He will speak to us on Nigeria's economic resurgence, learning from the African experience. Nigeria's economic resurgence, learning from the African experience. That will come from Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President, Africa Development Bank. That will conclude the opening session, after which the media will take their retreat, and we will go into a technical session, which will also be a closed session. So that's a quick rundown of the things that are ahead in the immediate minutes ahead of us. My pleasure at this point to invite the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, to give us objectives and context setting. SGF, please.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the President of the Senate, and the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps here gathered, distinguished members of the Federal Executive Council, our resource persons, senior government officials here present, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be part of yet another Ministerial Performance Review retreat holding today at the State House Conference Center, Abuja. And it gives me a great pleasure to welcome particularly His Excellency the President, the Vice President, the President of the Senate, and the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, and also one of our own, the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, The British High Commissioner, particularly because FCDO, PAL, our major technical partners, and all honorable members here, and members of the cabinet, permanent secretaries, and other special guests to this very important event. You will recall that the first ministerial retreat was held in August of 2019. That was the first in the second tenure of President Muhammadu Buhari. And that was for ministers designate, permanent secretaries, and top government functionaries. The retreat provided update on the status of policies, programs, and projects of government with the intent to prepare incoming cabinet ministers to assume their roles. It was also designed to map a trajectory towards the delivery of the administration's priority agenda for 2019 to 2023. 1 year after the first ministerial review retreat was held on the 7th and 8th September 2020. It provided an opportunity for us as government functionaries to collectively assess our first-year performance against the ministerial mandates and track the progress of our commitment to deliver the development aspirations captured in the 9 priority areas adopted at the 2019 presidential retreat. Over the past 25 months, ministers have continued to implement the deliverables assigned to them in line with their ministerial mandates, jointly signed with the permanent secretaries, which serve as a performance bond with the president. In terms of the performance of the Federal Executive Council, let me acknowledge that the last 2 years have been most productive. During this second term of Mr. President, from May 29, 2019 to August 31st, 2021, the Federal Executive Council had held 52 meetings and granted 579 approvals, comprising of 381 contracts, 110 policies, and 88 briefs and notes. Overall, the number of contracts, policies, and briefs and notes approved by the Federal Executive Council between November 2015 and August 2021 stand at 1,403, comprising of 878 contracts, 319 policies, and 206 briefs and notes. From the above, the 878 contracts approved by the Federal Executive Council mostly targeted the provision of infrastructure geared towards enabling faster economic growth and development. In the same vein, the analysis also shows that the government remained focused on its cardinal responsibility of responsibly addressing the myriad of needs and challenges of its citizens through the 319 approved policies initiated during the period. The details of this data are contained in the newly developed compendium of fake approvals from November 2015 to August 2021, which is part of the retreat documents circulated to participants. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to say that with the introduction of the ministerial mandates by the President, there is greater clarity of expectations of MDAs on deliverables of government priorities to achieve demonstrable results. Today, there are embedded systems of performance management and improved accountability and transparency for the delivery of services to citizens. Key focus of this midterm ministerial retreat is to review the status of progress towards the delivery of 9 priority areas. This is intended to harness our collective contributions towards generating practicable solutions that will guarantee the level of impact we can be proud of by the end of our tenure. The retreat also aims to deepen collaboration and enhance cohesion among cabinet members for efficient and effective service delivery. In order to achieve this objective, therefore, the retreat has been structured to cover three main focus areas. The first looks at an overview of ministerial performance within the first 2 years of the administration, particularly within the context of the second tenure of President Muhammad Buhari. This will present key achievements and identify opportunities for improvement. The second will reflect on lessons and good practices from other climes, featuring external speakers, including Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President, African Development Bank, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General, World Trade Organization, Ambassador Yonof Fred Aga, Director General and Chief Trade Negotiator for Nigeria, and Dr. Chris Pycroft, Director Development, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. The third will then focus on new initiatives and strategies to accelerate delivery. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, following Mr. President's directive at the first-year ministerial retreat, the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation over the past year has worked assiduously towards operationalizing a Central Delivery Coordination Unit, CDCU. The Office of the Secretary to the Government has set up a functional and well-equipped physical office for the delivery unit, staffed with delivery managers deployed by the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation from the product of the Learning Enhancement and Development Program, LEAD-P, while 2 desk officers have been appointed in all 28 ministries and the Office of the Head of Service of the Federation. At the 2020 ministerial retreat, beyond establishing a functional coordination mechanism, other issues identified as performance-impeding factors included inadequate interministerial collaboration, disconnect with macroeconomic priorities, lack of intermediate targets, and limited civil service delivery capacity. In establishing the CDCU, we accommodated the feedback received in framing a performance management system by developing a unified collaborative results framework to monitor all 9 priority areas. Furthermore, the framework incorporates all ministerial deliverables that have a direct impact on specific priorities arranged by drivers' key result areas. With this development, rather than work in silos, focusing on the implementation of individual deliverables, the results framework provides an outline through which ministries can collaborate to achieve the objectives of each priority area. Additionally, to improve transparency and accountability, sectoral strategies, plans initially framed as ministerial deliverables have been abandoned to reveal actual activities being implemented. This has been supported with a performance management system, PMS, that serves as a tool for measurement of MDS performance in the implementation of the ministerial deliverables and the delivery of priority areas against targets. The PMS, which Mr. President will formally unveil today, will be set up in the President's office along with that of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, as well as in the Office of the Permanent Secretary, Cabinet Affairs Office, and the Delivery Unit. I encourage ministries to set up their mini delivery units with dashboards, especially in the ministers' and permanent secretaries' offices, to enable electronic data collection and real-time information on the status of delivery against their respective mandates. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to address the issue of lack of intermediate targets, annual targets have been split into quarterly intermediate targets at the output and outcome levels to create an early warning system. Delivery capacity is also being built through the CDCU for the delivery managers and desk officers from the MDAs. A capacity building program commenced in February of 2021, using a formal curriculum to induct them on the objectives of the delivery unit and acquaint them with the expected roles and functions. Bilateral meetings and high-level engagements were organized in May and June 2021 to sensitize leaders of all federal ministries on the new results framework and the performance management system. The report of such meetings showed that MDAs have a better understanding and appreciation of how their ministerial mandates contribute directly to the priority areas and the possible impact of their activities on the lives of Nigerians. Let me use this opportunity to thank all ministers and permanent secretaries once again for the support given to the team from the Office of the Secretary to the government during the bilateral sessions. To further strengthen the capacity of the civil service, a technical retreat was facilitated by the Office of the Secretary to the government in June for over 100 persons, consisting of the delivery managers, 2 desk officers drawn from the 28 ministries, and the office of the head of civil service, and other officials of the Office to the Secretary to the government of the Federation. One of the lessons from the retreat was the need for MDAs to make adequate budgetary provision for the implementation of associated projects to guarantee the implementation of policy priorities. The Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning has been engaged to ensure the budget allocations are linked to the ministerial deliverables. In our collaborative efforts to deepen the delivery mechanisms at the ministry level, 4 ministries have been supported to inaugurate and train their delivery team task, which is made up of all agencies and departments under such ministries, to ensure timely training support to ensure that they meet up with their ministerial deliverables. Plans are in progress to provide training support to additional 5 ministries to establish their delivery task teams. I am confident that this development will trigger a more pragmatic approach to the performance management across the entire federal public service, and which will be cascaded to the states across the Federation to adopt the community of practice as done in other climes. At this juncture, let me also state that reports of the activities of the delivery unit have been incorporated into the weekly presidential briefings by the Office of the Secretary to the government. Going forward, the office will also be submitting quarterly progress reports on the implementation of the ministerial mandates to the President. This is to keep the President abreast on the level of achievement of all deliverables against set targets. I am grateful to note that these achievements were made possible with the ardent support of our technical partners, FCDO, PAL, who have provided technical assistance to the office since 2019 to embed performance systems and operationalize the delivery unit up to the preparation of this retreat. Your Excellencies, before I end my remarks, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the technical session for this retreat have been designed to focus on the following thematic areas. 1, progress report on the implementation of the Economic Sustainability Plan. 2, experience sharing on Nigeria's economic resurgence, learning from other African experience, and the rest that have been enumerated by Mr. Femi Adesina. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this retreat is important as it will be a solution-driven retreat and participatory in nature. I therefore urge participants to make useful and constructive contributions to the deliberations. The outcome of the retreat is expected to pave the way to accelerate the delivery of government policies, programs, and projects over the remaining 19 months. Therefore, much is expected of us as cabinet members, permanent secretaries, and heads of strategic government agencies if we must deliver on Mr. President's legacy projects. I admonish us to participate actively in all sessions of the retreat, asking questions, enriching our conversations with the perspectives that you have, and also thinking critically about adapting key points and lessons from the deliberations to shape the way we work over the next 19 months. In closing, I invite you to watch a short video that further explains the Central Delivery Coordination Unit and its functions as enablers on the performance of individual ministries in line with the 9 priority areas of the government. Once again, Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this very important retreat, and I implore us, in my capacity as the chairman of COVID-19 Presidential Steering Committee, to strictly adhere to the COVID-19 precautionary non-pharmaceutical measures put in place for all activities during this retreat. I look forward to having a very stimulating discussion over the next 2 days. I thank you once again for your kind attention, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Secretary
virtually. The next item will be goodwill messages. The first will come from Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. He will speak to us virtually.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you for inviting me to address you today. In various countries, we are seeing stark reminders of the risk to development of poverty and economic collapse, conflict, political instability, and natural disasters. Across the world, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated lives and livelihoods and disrupted economies and societies. Today, a lopsided recovery is deepening inequalities. Nigeria has so far weathered COVID-19 better than many feared, but we must keep our guard up and use the recovery as an opportunity to pivot to a greener, more resilient and sustainable world for everyone and for future generations. The 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals do show the way, but we must pick up the pace. We need a paradigm shift in our approach to development. We need to rebuild trust and social cohesion through a renewed social contract that also gives weight to the interests of future generations. This is what the Secretary General called for in his report, Our Common Agenda. In Nigeria, this requires a robust vaccination drive to put an end to the pandemic. This will require a comprehensive plan for a just transition to sustainable energy and an inclusive sustainable development model. And building upon the commitments made at the Food Systems Summit last month, the implementation of the national pathways to food systems transformation that Nigeria has announced. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the Ministerial Performance Review of policies, programs and projects of the Nigerian government come at a crucial time. It is an opportunity to take stock of what's worked and where course correction is needed to deliver on the promise of the 2030 Agenda. Nigerians have enormous potential and incredible assets to enable us to meet this challenge. First and foremost, the dynamism of our young people. Investing in education, training, health, digital technology and access to energy, especially targeting Nigeria's youth, will be key. I urge you to work closely with international partners to mobilize finance for these critical investments to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The new allocation of the special drawing rights to Nigeria provides a unique opportunity in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, across all this, you can continue to count on the strong partnership and the deep cooperation between Nigeria and the United Nations as Nigeria charts its path towards the achievement of the SDGs in this decade of action. I wish all of you a very successful retreat, wishing, of course, I was with you. Thank you.
Secretary General of the United Nations. The next local message will come from Her Excellency Nigerian British to Nigeria. Welcome to the microphone now.
Republic of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, friends, please permit me to stand in existing protocol. And thank you for allowing me to say a few words at the start of this very important two-day retreat. And I feel so honored to be here at this incredible esteemed gathering. Everybody, the who's who of Nigeria are here. And I'm very proud of the humble contribution that the UK has played in helping you to develop your delivery framework. So I wanted to share very briefly 3 personal lessons from my 5 years working with Tony Blair, one of the gurus of delivery, working on both his strategy unit and his delivery unit. But before that, to set the context, I wanted to say why I think ministerial performance matters so much. Well, it matters because, of course, the Nigerian people are the bedrocks of your democracy. And democracy is not just about elections, important as these are. It's really about accountability to the people, enabling people when they cast their vote to make an informed choice, and also enabling your vibrant society to hold you to account. And that only works, as Boss Mustafa was telling us, if you have a rigorous delivery framework. So you know if you're on track and the people of Nigeria know that you're on track and can hold you to account. So I really want to emphasize how important these discussions are today. We've been on this journey in the UK, so I'm so delighted Nigeria's embarking on this as well. Because ultimately this will be your collective legacy. As Boss Mustafa said, setting up such a framework will be something you can hand over to future governments of Nigeria. So my 3 brief lessons from working with Tony Blair, excuse me, over 5 years. Firstly, how important political buy-in. I've seen delivery units in many countries. They only work if there's buy-in right at the top from His Excellency, the President himself. So I was delighted to see Boss Mustafa showing us that weekly dashboard, which is presented to the President every week. That's exactly what Tony Blair had. And it held us as the civil servants, our feet to the fire, and it holds your ministers to feet to the fire. So that's the first lesson. The second lesson is strategy and delivery both need to work together. One of your great authors, Chinua Achebe, said, if you find water rising up to your ankle, that's the time to do something about it, not when it's around your neck. So what that means is having that long-term strategic vision really matters. But strategy without delivery won't get you very far. It's having those clear goals and accountability for delivering them based on really good data and really good evidence, and as Amina Mohammed said, ability to do cross-correction that will enable delivery. And my third lesson, and perhaps my most important one, really think through what are the real barriers to delivery. Where are those real blockages? And particularly difficult, but I'm afraid we have to confront it, when those barriers are the interests of politicians, of bureaucrats, the culture of the civil service. It happens everywhere. We bumped into this at Tony Blair's delivery unit. You have to tackle it head on, get to the heart of the barriers. So I would encourage you to be bold on this. So 3 lessons in summary: political buy-in, secondly, strategy and delivery are both important, they need to go together, and thirdly, tackle the real barriers. You've got 17 months till the next election, and there's still time to get a lot done. But I would encourage you to focus on the really key priorities, the ones that really matter for the legacy of this administration. Let me conclude by saying how much the UK believes in Nigeria and her potential. As Amina Mohammed said, we are committed to this excellent relationship. We're excited to welcome you to COP26 in Glasgow in November, and we wish you all the very best for these sessions over the next 2 days. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Katrina Lang. We have come to the high point of this morning session event, which is that time when we are going to listen to the father of the nation. Some call him a man of accountability, and that is what he is. Others call him the Mai Gaskiya, meaning the honest one, which is what he is. We know that he is a man you can follow, who will not lead you astray. My pleasure at this point to invite His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, to give the opening speech. Towards the end of the speech, he will go to cut a tape in which he will be accompanied by His Excellency, the Vice President, and the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Your Excellency, Mr. President.
Please sit down. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Secretary of the Federation, Head of Service, Chief of Staff, Honorable Ministers, President of the African Development Bank, senior government officials, resource persons, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the Mid-Term Ministerial Performance Review Retreat organized to assess progress made towards the achievement of the 9 key priorities of this administration. This third retreat comes at a significant time in our economic foreline, a time, when Nigeria strives to remain resilient as it recovers from an economic recession and from the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. In addition to economic activities slowing down in 2020 due to the resultant lockdown measures necessary to curtail the spread of the virus, the pandemic necessitated adjustments of our policy goals and methods of working to achieve our objectives. Last year, often reviewing the overall performance across all priority areas, it was evident that to achieve our ambitious plans and bring several ministerial deliverables back on track for completion by 2023, we would have to make concerted efforts to refocus our activities to deliver on projects which were delayed as a result of the pandemic. Progress made in the year 2020 also illustrated the need for setting of intermediate targets to address the disconnect between MDA, deliverables, and key macroeconomic priorities. In addition, it is evident that interministerial collaboration is vital to driving increased impact and effective delivery. In view of the importance of this year's retreat, I will sit through all the sessions to listen to the cumulative assessment of our performance over the last 2 years and join the discussion on best approach strategies to implementing planned policies, programs, and projects that can significantly diversify our economy away from its dependence on oil revenue while sustaining the current economic growth trajectory. As I stated recently, 2 years and some months into the second term, the tradition of subjecting our projects and programs to independent and critical self-review has taken firm root through sector reporting during cabinet meetings and at retreats. These steps have helped to identify and strengthen weak areas, close gaps, as well as build cohesion and synergy in governance to manage the economy and improve the delivery of public goods and services to Nigerians. I am glad to note that over the past 2 years, ministers have rendered reports to the Federal Executive Council on their activities related to the achievement of their ministerial mandates. Some of the notable achievements include the establishment of Infraco PLC in 2020 as a world-class infrastructure development vehicle wholly focused on Nigeria with combined debt and equity take-up capital of 15 trillion naira to be managed by an independent infrastructure fund manager. The Prudential Infrastructure Development Fund was also established in 2020 with more than $1 billion in funding. In addition, we have launched the Nigeria Innovation Fund by the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. This is aimed at addressing investment opportunities in the domestic technology sector, data networking, data centers, software, agriculture, agri-tech, biotech, and more. On transportation, we are growing the stock and quality of our roads, rail, air, and water transport infrastructure. The Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund projects are also advancing remarkably. These include the 11.9-kilometer Second Niger Bridge, 120-kilometer Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, 375 kilometers Abuja, Kaduna, Zaria, Kano Expressway, and the East-West Road. Most of these projects are expected to be completed within the second term of our administration. Furthermore, we have made tremendous progress on railway projects in the country. Upgrading of our railway network is being extended with the recent completion of the Lagos-Ibadan line. The Itape-Ajakuta rail line has finally been completed and commissioned after 30 years of its conception. Work is expected to commence very soon on the Port Harcourt, Maiduguri line and Calabar-Lagos coastal line to connect the southern and eastern states of our country. Progress is also being made on the upgrading of our airports with the state-of-the-art facilities in line with world-class safety standards. On the economy, we witnessed 3 consecutive quarters of growth after negative growth rates recorded in the second and third quarters of 2020. The GDP grew from 0.8% in 2017 to 2.2% in 2019, but declined in the first quarter of 2020 as a result of the downward trend in global economic activities triggered by the coronavirus pandemic. As at second quarter of 2021, GDP growth rate was at 5.01%, the highest since the inception of this administration. On the power sector, implementation of a willing buyer, willing seller policy has opened up opportunities for increased delivery of electricity to underserved homes and industries. We are also executing a number of critical projects through the transmission, rehabilitation, and expansion program, which will result in achieving the national goal of improved power supply by 2025. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on 16th August 2021, I signed the much-awaited Petroleum Industry Bill 2021 into law. The Act provides legal, governance, regulatory, and fiscal framework for the Nigerian petroleum industry, as well as the development of host communities and related matters. To ensure speedy implementation of PIA, I have directed the Implementation Committee to complete all processes for the successful operationalization of the Act within 12 months. As part of the efforts towards strengthening our national security, we have increased investment in arms, weapons, and other necessary equipment, expanded the National Command and Control Center to 19 states of the Federation, and established a Nigerian Police Trust Fund, which will significantly improve funding for the Nigerian Police Force. We have also approved the sum of 13.3 billion naira for the takeoff of the community policing initiative across the country as part of measures adopted to consolidate efforts aimed at enhancing security nationwide. To address our over-dependence on other countries for military equipment and logistics, I have instructed the Defense Ministry to create a modest military-industrial complex for the local production of weapons to meet some of the requirements of the country's armed forces. This is being implemented under the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria, a military department responsible for arms manufacture. It is gratifying to note that only recently we have received 6 A-29 Super Tucano aircraft as part of our efforts to boost the nation's campaign against insecurity. The propeller-driven aircraft are being used for training and attack by the military. Efforts are also being made to empower the youth and other vulnerable groups by enhancing investments in our social intervention programs. To achieve this, I have approved the expansion of the National Social Register, which is the official database for the implementation of the Conditional Cash Transfer Program by 1 million additional households. We have established the 75 billion naira Nigerian Youth Investment Fund created to boost the Nigerian economy through leverage and access to finance for youth. The fund should serve as a catalyst to unleash the potential of the youth and to enable them to build businesses that will stimulate economic growth and create jobs. These accomplishments are a testament to the fact that all hands are on deck in establishing a solid foundation for even greater successes in future. Distinguished guests and participants, to address our current economic challenges and consolidate on our achievements over the past year, this retreat has been designed to A, review the performance of each minister in delivering the ministerial mandates, including programs and projects assigned to them upon their appointment in 2019. B, identify key impediments to implementation. And C, re-strategize on how to accelerate delivery of results given the current economic situation. The retreat will also provide the opportunity to effectively evaluate the activities of the ministries over the last 2 years in delivering our promise to Nigerians. Ministers are urged to work closely with permanent secretaries to ensure accelerated and effective delivery of the policies, programs, and projects in their respective priority areas. I have also directed the Secretary to the Government of the Federation to consolidate efforts at strengthening the work of the delivery unit under his coordination towards ensuring the effective implementation of government policies, programs, and projects during the remaining period of this administration. All issues relating to the implementation of the ministerial mandates must be taken seriously by all ministers and permanent secretaries towards the attainment of the laudable objectives of our government. In our continuing drive to ensure accountability, we have incorporated a performance management framework into the functions of the Central Delivery Coordination Unit for ease of tracking of the ministerial deliverables along the lines of the 9 priority areas of this administration. This initiative has provided me the opportunity to track the performance of all ministries and, by extension, this administration. This process has been in effect since January 2021, and today it gives me great pleasure to unveil the performance management system and dashboard to track projects in real time with live data and early warning system to proactively resolve bottlenecks. I wish to finally encourage optimal participation and contribution by all participants throughout this retreat. I look forward to a very fruitful session and stimulating exchange of views on this note. It is my pleasure to formally declare this retreat open and unveil the Prudential Priority Performance Management System. Thank you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please be seated. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President. And thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, who accompanied Mr. President to do the unveiling. Distinguished participants, the next item in our program is to listen to progress report on the Economic Sustainability Plan implementation. And that will come from the person who oversees that plan. Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. give some sounds, play some music while that is being settled. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President, please.
Thank you very much. Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, members of the Federal Executive Council present, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi Eson, Governor of the Central Bank, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Hajia Amina Mohammed, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Her Excellency Katrina Lang, and other members of the diplomatic corps present. The President, African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, heads of federal government agencies and parastatals present, captains of industry, distinguished resource persons and panelists, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just begin by saying that I hope we'll be able to see a full presentation and we'll receive copies of the full presentation. that is already on the monitor, but what I will do is to simply speak to the presentation and refer to the slides, a couple of slides to save time. So at the end of 2019, our economy was looking very good indeed. We had had 4 quarters of consecutive GDP growth, and all the fundamentals, the macroeconomic fundamentals, looked excellent. And we were well on our way to much faster growth. Then COVID-19 struck. And if we go to slide 4, you will see, we can see the devastating impact of COVID-19 on the economy. GDP contracted to minus 6.10% during the second quarter of 2020. Oil price at one point fell even below production costs, about $10 a barrel, and then finally settled at about $45 a barrel during the second quarter of 2020. The official rate of the naira was devalued from 305 naira to the dollar, then to 380 naira to the dollar. And this was by the third quarter of 2020. Unemployment went up to 33.3% in the fourth quarter of 2020. And in slide 5, you can also see, there were sharp declines in some key sectors. Transportation sector declined by 49%. Hospitality fell by 40%. The education sector fell by 24%. Real estate declined by 22%. Trade declined by 17%, and construction by 40%. So clearly we were in a terrible economic situation, and all brought upon us by the pandemic. I think it's very important to put in context, just the enormity of the shocks that we experienced, because even a 5% decline in any sector of the economy is significant. So clearly where you get 40% decline, where you get 49% in transportation, for example, 40% in construction. I mean, that is deep, especially as the country was just pulling out of an earlier recession. And this is also in the context of the security challenges that we're facing in different zones of the country. So the total picture at the time was certainly very dire. In response, the president took 2 actions. The first was to set up a small interministerial committee headed by the Minister of Finance to quickly examine the implications of and the immediate mitigation steps that would be taken for the economic shocks that we were experiencing. The second step which Mr. President took was to ask that we draw up a full economic sustainability plan to provide at least a 12-month response to the fallout of the pandemic. And Mr. President asked me to chair the committee to draw up the plan and later to implement the plan. We were clear that the only way, and Mr. President's position also, was that the only way of avoiding an economic disaster that could last for years was for government to essentially put forward a major fiscal stimulus plan with clear objectives of saving jobs, creating new ones, supporting businesses that may close down, and employees that may not be paid during the lockdowns, and of course, healthcare support to reduce the COVID-19 caseload. So the objectives of the plan are set out in slide 8. If you look at slide 8, the objectives of the plan are set out there. First, improved healthcare and lowering the COVID-19 caseload. The second was restoring growth. The third, job creation and safeguarding existing jobs. The fourth, increased local production, and part of that was what we call the guaranteed offtake scheme. The fifth was reducing social vulnerabilities, and that essentially was looking at how to improve the quality and effectiveness of the social investment program and the scope of the program as part of the improving social vulnerabilities. The size of the stimulus, or the cost of the plan, was 2.3 trillion. And slide 10 will show us how we planned to raise that 2.3 trillion naira. And this was all very carefully worked out. At the Economic Sustainability Committee, we looked very carefully at the different models and how much money we thought will be able to get us back into growth and out of recession quickly. And we were assisted by the MBS and, of course, the Ministry of Finance also assisted greatly in setting up a model that could describe to us and tell us, as nearly accurate as possible, how much will be required to get us out of the recession and, of course, to get us back to a path of sustainable growth. So the sources of funding, after we had decided there was 2.3 trillion, were one, from special accounts, 500 billion from special accounts. Now, these special accounts is just a way of describing different government accounts that we thought we could draw from. So essentially what we were doing was wiring money from different government accounts and pulling them into one account so that we could use that as a first bit of money that we could get in order to finance the 2.3 trillion. Then there was lending from the CBN, structured lending from the CBN, to the tune of 1.22 trillion naira. Now, this lending, of course, is completely different from ways and means. This lending was supposed to come through CRR and through the banking system itself. So essentially what we were supposed to do, what we were getting from the CBN, was on lending to banks, which would then be lent to the businesses and to the sectors of the economy that we thought would require the lending. Then from bilateral and multilateral agencies, another 334 billion, and other funding sources, 300 billion. I'll come back to slides 11 and 13 later. So we set up some priority clusters, areas of activity that could be grouped together for planning purposes. And in slide 9, you'll see the priority clusters. So the priority clusters were mitigating the shock. That was a cluster. How do we mitigate the shock, the immediate steps to be taken? Tackling vulnerabilities, which of course is the social investment program. Job-intensive interventions. In other words, programs designed to create and sustain jobs. And we'll come to that in a moment. Then rescuing businesses, which was the MSME Survival Fund, etc. Then repositioning the economy. And we then took also what we described as cross-cutting imperatives for a post-COVID economic recovery. We thought that perhaps it was also an opportunity for us to do certain things or to put certain things in the fore, which even after the initial, after our initial interventions and our getting away from the economic shocks, would be required for us to be able to put the economy on a path of sustained growth. The 6 priority clusters enabled programs to be compartmentalized in buckets with clear targets. So in slide 14, I think it's slide 14, yes, we have some of the fiscal and monetary measures which were taken to help mitigate the impact of the pandemic. So the fiscal measures included the extension of the deadline and suspension of penalties for filing late returns, for example. The conversion of the World Bank $82 million REDICE program to support COVID-19 interventions in the state. So we asked the World Bank to allow us to convert that $82 million program to give individual states money so that they could build up their healthcare facilities, set up their laboratories, and do a few other things that were required as an emergency measure. And the World Bank consented to that, so we were able to distribute the $82 million to the different states. The provision of an $86 billion intervention fund for health infrastructure, and that came directly from our $500 billion from the special accounts. Payment of an incentive package for frontline healthcare workers. That, of course, also came from the $500 billion. And then the grant of an additional moratorium of 1 year on CBN intervention facilities. So so the CBN intervention facilities that had been given to various businesses, the CBN graciously consented to a reduction to a one-year moratorium for payments so that they were then able to defer payment on their loans for at least a year. Of course, that was subsequently extended when we found that that would not be adequate. Then there was a reduction in interest rates on intervention facilities which the CBN had given. The CBN gave those intervention facilities at 9%. So there was a reduction as part of the plan to make life easier for businesses to 5%, from 9% to 5%. Then there was also a grant of regulatory forbearance to banks to give borrowers some breathing space, including through restructuring of outstanding debts. In other words, businesses that wanted their loans restructured, businesses that felt that they were no longer able to keep up payments of their loans to banks, the CBN gave a regulatory forbearance, in other words, allowed the banks to be able to look at their loan structures and restructure where that was required. In other words, the CBN granted a forbearance on non-performing loans. So the CBN also, and these are some of the interventions that the CBN reports, a disbursement of 3.9 million smallholder farms. This was under the Anchor Borrowers Program, about 789 billion. The CBN reports was spent on the Anchor Borrowers Program. Now, the Anchor Borrowers Program, of course, was not a part of the Economic Sustainability Plan in that way, but it obviously affected the way that, first of all, the general amounts of money that were released in the system, and of course was a continuous program, and it flowed also into the Economic Sustainability Plan. There was also another 134.6 billion to 38,140 beneficiaries under the AGS MIS scheme, and 343 billion to 726,158 beneficiaries. And I'm looking here at CBN's own direct interventions. And the release of over 1 trillion naira to 269 real sector projects in all. 103 billion disbursed to 110 healthcare projects. Now, these, of course, are the CBN's own releases, CBN's own interventions. Some of the fiscal measures have been taken to safeguard oil revenues, mobilize and preserve non-oil revenues, and rationalize government expenditure. These were steps taken essentially by the Ministry of Finance. But a major component of the plan was, of course, to build a resilient healthcare system. And this remains a critical objective of as the pandemic, of course, is still raging. So if you look at slide 15, the funds allocated to the health sector were for surveillance and epidemiology, establishing laboratories, point of entry management, infection prevention and control, case management, health-related communications, research and development. And after full implementation, what we expect to see, although already we've seen several of these, 52 federal tertiary health institutions, the availability of PPEs in all federal tertiary institutions, 520 ICU beds, 52 isolation wards with 1,040 beds, 52 molecular laboratories to carry out, on the average, 150 PCR tests every day. I think it's important to point out that these are federal government interventions. These are not state interventions. Of course, the states were also building up their own capacity. But what I've just described are the federal government's own specific interventions and the results of those interventions. Of course, we know that vaccines are being administered across the 36 states of Nigeria today. And as of 28 September 2021, 4.8 million people, or 4.3% of the eligible population, had received the first dose of vaccines. 1.9 million people, or about 1.8% of the eligible population, have received the second dose. We've already received, and we're also expecting significant quantities of vaccines in the coming weeks and months. So I'll go now to the MSME Survival Fund. And as I had noted earlier, one of the important things that we considered was rescuing businesses, keeping businesses afloat. And the particular program that was designed for that was designed by the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and was described as the MSME Survival Fund. If you go to slide 16, this is the layout of the program. Now, the programs were designed to create and safeguard existing jobs. So we have the Guaranteed Offtake Scheme, the Payroll Support Scheme, the Artisan and Transport Support Scheme, the General MSME Grant, and then Formalization of Companies Support Scheme. The MSME programs had, in all, as of today, supported 1.1 million people and businesses as follows. Direct grants were given for a 3-month period to 459 beneficiaries across the country. In other words, salaries of 449,000 people were paid for a 3-month period. We had representations from several sectors. For example, teachers, private school teachers, there's an association of private school teachers. They were very interested in ensuring that teachers remain paid during the period. Of course, public school teachers were being paid, but private school teachers also wanted to be paid. So they formed a significant portion of the 459,000 of those who were paid as part of that fund. And these, of course, were persons who then received between 90,000 and 150,000 in salaries for the 3-month period. Then 293,000 transport workers and artisans received a one-off grant of 30,000 naira each. 293,000, these were artisans and transport workers. They received a one-off grant of 30,000 naira. Then from the MSME general grants, 82,000 businesses also received one-off grants, 82,000 businesses. And then 255,000 enterprises benefited from the CAC Free Registration of Companies scheme. This was called the Formalization Scheme. So what simply happened here was that in companies, persons who wanted to register their companies, 255,000 of them were allowed to register those companies free. And so in effect, the federal government paid for the registration of those companies. Then we have the Agric program. We called it Agriculture for Food and Jobs, the Agriculture for Food and Jobs Plan. And this is in slide 17. And this is also a very major pillar of the plan, because we thought that mass agriculture, doing something extra for agriculture would provide jobs and food. So part of that program was the enumeration of farmers. And we enumerated 6.39 million farmers, and these farmers were geotagged to their land. So you could actually, so today we have accurate records verified by the Ministry of Communications and Digital Technology, accurate records of 6.39 million farmers with their farmlands actually geotagged. So we know exactly where their farms are, we know exactly where they were. And so far, 363 million passed the first stage of validation, and another 2.47 million passed the second stage of validation. Now we're validating them also and also BVNs. They are being, those who do not have BVNs are getting BVNs and all of that. 320 hectares of land has been cleared across 8 states at 40 hectares per state. Now there are several states, of course, that are involved in the project. The states are Kwara, Plateau, Cross River, Edo, Kaduna, Ekiti, and Osun states. These are states that require land clearing. Of course, many states do not require land clearing, and we simply supported those states directly. 447 billion naira is allocated as loans to farmers across 14 crop value chains: beef production, aquaculture, and poultry farming. But so far, only 14 billion has been disbursed to commercial banks. And even this sum is yet to be utilized by farmers due to the late release for the 2021 wedge farming ceasing. And I'll come to that in a moment because we've had some complications, especially with the structured loans that we're supposed to get coming from the CBN to the commercial banks. Then we have the fertilizer subsidy program, which is a very important and critical part of this Food for Jobs program. Because prior, what has happened is that fertilizer has always been a problem, and paying for fertilizer and all of that has always been a problem, and being able to assist farmers. But this program was designed, and Mr. President approved a program of giving subsidies to farmers for bags of fertilizer to each farmer, and depending on the size of the farm. But the strategy here was to give the farmer the amount of the subsidy directly in cash, paid to their BVN verified account. So each farmer that was going to get a subsidy would have this money paid directly to his BVN verified account. And Mr. President approved the disbursement of the fertilizer subsidy fund to smallholder vulnerable farmers in the country. A subsidy of 5.1 billion was paid to 1,013,126 farmers. This is lower than previously reported due to the removal of about 184,000 of them who did not have BVN verified accounts at the time. But the subsidy payment is an evidence-based payment tied to farmer enumeration. So a farmer receives 4 bags of NPK per hectare. So a farmer with 5 acres or 2 hectares gets a subsidy of 24,000 naira paid directly to his account for the 8 bags of NPK that will be needed. A farmer who owns 1 acre or less gets a subsidy of 3,000 naira. And as I said, this is paid directly to the farmers. So that has helped a great deal in ensuring that subsidies actually get to the farmers and they are able to benefit directly from the subsidies. So when they buy, and they can go anywhere, of course, to buy their NPK, which is already available. But rather than relying on sellers or relying on third parties or anybody to provide that subsidy, they already have the subsidy. So when they go and buy, they're already at either 3,000, between 3,000 and 24,000 in credit. The next is the social housing program. Now, the social housing program was also designed to create thousands of jobs and boost the local building materials industry. The whole idea was to build 300,000 houses, and so far, we have over 1,151 hectares of land. This has been made ready for development, and this has the capacity to accommodate about 34,550 homes. The program is funded by a mix of resources, and I think this is also a point that I'll come back to. It includes financing from the Federal Ministry of Finance under the Social Investment Program, the Family Homes Fund, and a loan from the Central Bank under the Economic Sustainability Plan, which is supposed to be in the order of about 200 billion naira. Buyers have a window of at least 15 years to pay for their homes. The design is to build 2-bedroom homes costing not more than 2 million naira. So if you're going to buy the 3-bedroom homes, it will be 3.75 million and 4.25 million for a 4-room unit. But the cheapest is a 2 million naira home. And at first, of course, there were very many arguments. It wasn't possible to build a home for 2 million. But we've not only tested it, we've built it. As a matter of fact, Borno State now has 8,000 such units. They are way ahead of others. They built 8,000 units of these homes. And the homes are specifically designed to meet the cultural needs of the places where they are built. So in Borno, for example, the way that the houses are structured is completely different from the way that they are structured in Nasarawa State, for example. And I think that the Borno State has set, an example and shown that it is entirely possible to do this and to build very, very quickly using local raw materials, using local artisans, and of course, doing so at great speed. At the moment also, 4,700 homes have been approved in 7 states for financing for commencement in October. Another 5,400 are scheduled for commencement in November of this year. Progress has been much slower than envisaged. There are continuing delays in disbursement of funds between the CBN and the commercial banks. We've had serious delays. Now, the debenture agreement for the sum of 200 billion, because we had to go into a debenture agreement with the CBN in order to be able to ensure that these funds were not just dissipated and there will be no possibility of paying back. But, of course, the CBN's loan represents the largest bulk of the financing. But we've signed the debenture agreement since April, and, of course, we're still waiting for disbursements to fully commence. Solar electrification program is another limb of this creation of jobs and at the same time adding value to the quality of lives of the people. So the solar electrification scheme, and this is in slide 19, is designed to create several jobs and develop a local solar industry, even as it increases energy access across 5 million new solar connections. It will include the assembly and manufacturing of components of off-grid solutions to facilitate the growth of the local manufacturing industry, while the use of local content will be encouraged. And we expect that in all, it should create 250,000 new jobs in the energy sector. For funding purposes, the program has been broken to 5 categories. 57 billion naira in guarantor projects. In other words, we're asking some of the federal government agencies, the NDPHC, the NMPC, to guarantee certain portions of the whole program. And so far, we have guarantees from the NMPC and also from the NDPHC. So those guarantees are worth 57 billion. In effect, the producers, the installers of the solar connections can go ahead and connect 57 billion naira worth of solar products upon the guarantees of these 2 agencies. Then there's a 20 billion in small-scale downstream, 20 billion in commercial bank upstream projects. These are all projects supported by the commercial banks. And then 28 billion for state-guaranteed projects. Adamawa, Akwa Ibom states, for example, are guaranteeing their own projects to the tune of about 28 billion. And 15 billion in commercial bank downstream projects. Now, when I say a guarantee, of course, they are not putting cash on the table, but they are placing guarantees with commercial banks to say that if money is not paid back, if they are not able to get money back, then they of course, are the primary obligors. Now, the way that this works is that each solar connection is not a free gift because it is installed by a private solar company. And what happens is that where a solar connection is made, the recipient of the solar connection also makes payments on a monthly basis. And what we found across the country is that so long as power is steady, everyone is required to pay. The rate of default is almost zero. Everybody is prepared to pay so long as there's power. And we had experimented with this previously in several market settings. For example, we experimented with it in Sabongari market, in Ariaria market, where we had thousands of stalls installed with solar power, and every one of them, there's just absolutely no rate of default. In any event, if you default, your connection is cut off. So it's a very effective program, and everyone and those who have benefited from it are extremely happy with it, and it is also a sustainable program. Unfortunately, again, funds have been very slow in coming. We've had difficulties with accessing most of the funds because, again, as I've said, these are CBN to commercial banks and commercial banks to the private companies that have to do this. Of the 140 billion that we're supposed to receive. So far, we've received only 7 billion. That's only 7 billion naira has been disbursed. Although we have 42 billion worth of transactions have been fully closed and fully deployed, and we're just waiting for that to happen, which will lead to 704,000 connections. A further 46 billion in transactions are in very advanced stages, and that will lead to another 600,000 in connections. We expect that in the next coming weeks and months, we'll be able to move very quickly on the solar connections as the banks get more, as the banks are able to get more confident to be able to give those funds which the CBN is supposed to guarantee. The key challenges, of course, are the problems, as I've said, with disbursements coming from the CBN to the commercial banks and to the users of the funds. Then there's also a risk aversion of public and private financial institutions, particularly for power projects, in addition to a limited knowledge of the off-grid market and its potential. But I think that over time, we're working through this, and I'm very confident that we'll be able to get to a point where everyone is able to have more confidence in the whole process and be sure that their money will come back when they give the money. Lack of access to foreign exchange for the importation of systems and raw materials is also another major problem. Then we have the public works and aviation segments of the plan. And if you go to slide 20, we have all of what is going on in the public works program. About 193 road sections totaling 3,707 kilometers of roads is going on at the moment. 26,021 Nigerians have been employed in rehabilitation and construction of these roads so far. And there's also the construction of 345 kilometers of rural roads, 205 boreholes, and 10 treatment plants to create jobs and develop rural areas. I think it's important to understand that the Public Works Program is also one of those programs that was designed to create jobs in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, to sustain those who, of course, will be unable for one reason or the other to handle their lives or to feed themselves during that period. And a lot of benefit was derived from that. As a matter of fact, the Honourable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning went around looking at several of these public works projects and sent back live photographs and videos showing the very tremendous amount of work that had been done and the number of people who had been engaged. So in the 36 states and the FCT also, already road construction is at 98% completion with 204 kilometers completed. 774,000 young people have been engaged by the National Directorate of Employment, the NTA. And in the Public Works Program, that's in the Public Works Program. In aviation, the 5 billion was allocated for local airlines, for ground handlers and other aviation-allied businesses aimed at easing the negative economic effects of the pandemic. And the breakdown, I think we have a good account of the breakdown. Scheduled operators got 2.84 billion. Non-scheduled operators, cargo and private jet services got 944 million. Ground operators about 233 billion. In-flight catering services about 233 million, beg your pardon. Aviation fuel operators 233 million. And travel agents another 196 million. Airport hire also 196 million. What are the outcomes of the plan so far? Of course, if you look at the details, if you look at the full presentation, there's so many details, and I'm not going to be able to go into all those details. So I'll just keep quite a few of the details and then just go to the outcomes of the plan so far. I think it's fair to say that the plan has helped to avoid a much more painful economic challenge. And I think that we must commend Mr. President for his foresight and for acting quickly. I think that's the most important part of this, acting very quickly. First of all, in setting up that small committee to assess the damage, and then very quickly going on to the establishment of the economic sustainability plan and having a detailed plan with funding, and then approving that plan also expeditiously so that we're able to move quickly. But for the speed with which this was done, things would, of course, have been very, very, very bad and much worse. And I think it enabled us, as we've heard, to get out of the recession in record time and much faster than most economies of the world. As a matter of fact, you'll find that most economies of the world were scrambling, trying to find one solution or the other, trying to determine what a fiscal sustainability plan would look like and all of that. But I think that we were able to move very, very quickly under the direction and leadership of Mr. President, and able to put together a plan and act on the plan as quickly as we're able to. Now, slide 12 describes some of the specific outcomes. Revenues, of course, improved despite all production issues. But the macro indices are also trending in the right direction today. And of course, if you've looked at our GDP report, you'll find that definitely things are looking up. Revenues year on year, Federation revenues in Q2 2021 are up by 6%, although much lower than projected in the budget due to problems with production, with oil production. We are producing less than our OPEC quotas, and of course, I'm sure that when you have the presentation from the Ministry of Petroleum, there will also be some additional insights into that, shutdowns or shut-ins in some of the wells, and the various problems of getting them back up have generally tended to reduce our oil revenues, as you will see in the GDP report. Inflation has trended downward over the past 5 months, falling to about 17% during the second quarter of this year, although food inflation, as you know, is still very troubling, and food production and supply has been affected by security challenges. GDP growth performance in the second quarter of this year has been a highlight, with an increase of 5% year on year, the highest since 2015. And I think that this is certainly worth celebrating. External reserves are also improving, but it will be much higher, of course, as we go along. Of course, the questions around ensuring that we're able to get supply of dollars. And again, we all have our views on that, and I might say a thing or two about that. Of course, our oversubscribed Eurobond this last cycle has helped a great deal also in beefing up our external reserves. However, given the record high oil prices, the reserves obviously should do better, and I'm sure that those are issues that will be examined in greater detail. Slide 13 shows the sectors that have rebounded to positive growth. Transportation has rebounded to positive growth, 77%. Hospitality, 2%, and that's from negative. Real estate from 40% down to 4%. Trade from about 17% down now to 23%. Construction from 40% down to 4% now. I'll just end the discussion of the challenge with, I'll just end this discussion with some of the challenges of implementing the economic sustainability plan, and just a quick look at future perspectives and funding. With respect to full implementation of the plan, we have seen, of course, that inadequate funding has in some ways hampered what could have obviously been a much, much better performance. Our 500 billion, which was budgeted for and which we took from special accounts, was essentially the major part of the 2.3 trillion program, the major part of it. Of course, CBN interventions also were very helpful, but I want to just point out that the 1.2 trillion, which is supposed to be structured loans, were still very far behind, and that's a significant part of the plan. So that has greatly affected what would have been an even better outcome. The last GDP report presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance also highlighted major challenges to the economy. Of course, unemployment heading for over almost 40%, and loss of jobs since 2018, dwindling oil revenues, and dwindling on account of production, poor foreign investment inflows, both FDI and FPIs, likely due to exchange rate concerns and uncertainty around the repatriation of profits and security concerns. Now, I think that many of these problems are completely resolvable. I do not think that they constitute any significant, difficulty that we cannot resolve. But I think that one of the most important things is that there must be synergy between the fiscal and the monetary authority. That is absolutely crucial. We must be able to deal with the synergy. We must handle that synergy between the monetary authority, the CBN, and the fiscal side. Sometimes it appears that there is competition between this, especially on the fiscal side. If you look at some of the interventions, you will find that those interventions, there are interventions that should be managed by ministries. So the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment should handle MSME interventions and those kinds of interventions. And we should know what the CBN is doing. In other words, if the CBN is going to intervene in the MSME sector, it should be with the full cooperation and consent of the Ministry of Industries. If they're going to intervene in agriculture, it should be with full consent. So that synergy is absolutely important. The reason why it's important, aside from the fact that you cannot plan an economy in any other way, the more important thing is that sometimes you will get people who are benefiting more than once because we simply have no line of sight to what's going on one side. CBN doesn't know what we're doing. They don't know what we don't know what they're doing. So I think that is important. That synergy is absolutely important. And as for the exchange rate, I think we need to move our rates to a more reflective market, as reflective of market as possible. This, in my own respectful view, is the only way to improve supply. We can't get new dollars into the system where the exchange rate is artificially low. And everyone knows by how much our reserves can grow. So I'm convinced that the demand management strategy currently being adopted by the CBN, we need to rethink. And that's just my view. But anyway, all that is, all those are issues I'm sure that when the CBN governor has time to address, he'll be able to address in full. But let me say that on the whole, we have been able to weather the storm of a very, very serious economic challenge. And I think that that is largely on account of the stable and steady leadership that we received from Mr. President. I think that if you panic, if Mr. President had panicked in that period, we would have had a lot of difficulty. In fact, perhaps we would be in a much, much worse situation. And I think that he deserves all the commendation for providing that steady hand when that was required. As I said, all told, I think that we are at a point in our economic history where everything is possible. Everything is possible. And I'm completely convinced that even the challenges that we see today are challenges that can be resolved very, very easily, so long as we're all prepared to work together towards the same objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice President. You know, when you have a teacher and a pastor combined, it becomes almost unstoppable. Thank you, Your Excellency. That was a voyage through how we got out of recession in record time. He said while other economies in the world were still struggling and grappling, Nigeria was already out of recession. And the formula is called the Economic Sustainability Plan. Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Vice President. The next presentation will come from man I described earlier as one of our exports to the world. You know, we have many. We have at the World Trade Organization, we have at the UN, and now we have at the Africa Development Bank. The president of that bank is no one else than Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, a former minister of agriculture in this country. He's going to speak to us on Nigeria's economic resurgence, learning from the African example. Dr. Adesina, please.
Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my dear brother, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, thank you for that tour de force of your presentation. The President of the Senate, Dr. Ahmed Lawan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Bajabe Amila, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, my dear brother, Boss Mustafa, and thank you very much for everything you did to facilitate my trip here today. The Chief of Staff to His Excellency the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, Honorable Ministers, the Head of Service of the Federation, Dr. Yemi Esson. Many of you may not know, but we actually grew up together. We are almost in-laws, in case you want to know. Permanent secretaries, captains of the industry, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for inviting me to be a guest speaker on the theme, Nigeria's Economic Resurgence, Learning from the African Experience, at this year's midterm Ministerial Performance Review Retreat. As we meet today, the world continues to deal with the effects of global COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has caused so many deaths and upended global economic growth. Due to COVID-19, Nigeria's economic growth, as we just listened to, actually declined to minus 1.8% in 2020. This mirrors the pattern across Africa, as the continent posted a negative 2.1% growth rate in GDP, the worst in 2 decades. The African Development Bank responded rapidly in supporting African countries. We launched a $10 billion crisis response facility to support countries. We provided $289 million in budget support to Nigeria. And as I was listening to His Excellency the Vice President, I was just computing in my head at 358.8 naira to the dollar. That would be about roughly 104 billion naira, which would be about 31% of all the 334 billion that you said. So, Mr. President, we did provide very, very robust support. The GDP growth rate for the continent will recover to 3.4% this year. We project economic growth rate for Nigeria will rebound to 2.4% this year and reach 2.9% by 2022. But the recovery will depend on 2 critical issues: access to vaccines and tackling debt issues. Africa has only 2% of its population vaccinated, compared to 54% in the United States and 75% in Europe. So while the developed countries are receiving booster shots, African countries cannot get even basic shots. Nigeria must build quality healthcare systems that will protect its population today and well into the future. Nigeria must also build world-class local pharmaceutical industries, and I emphasize local, able to effectively tackle the production of therapeutic drugs and vaccines. Here is the lesson. Nigeria must revamp its local pharmaceutical industry and launch strategic investments for local vaccine manufacturing. Africa should not be begging for vaccines. Africa should be producing vaccines. The African Development Bank will invest $3 billion in support of local pharmaceutical industries in Africa, including in Nigeria. Your Excellencies, Nigeria must decisively tackle its debt challenges. The issue is not about debt to GDP ratio, as Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio at 35% is actually still moderate. The big issue is how to service the debt and what that means for resources for domestic investments needed to spur faster economic growth. The debt service to revenue ratio for Nigeria is high at 73%. Things will, of course, improve as oil prices recover, but the situation has revealed the vulnerability of Nigeria's economy. To have economic resurgence, we need to fix the structure of the economy and address some basic fundamentals. Nigeria's challenge is revenue concentration. As the oil sector accounts for roughly 75% of export revenue, and according to the statistics of the Central Bank, 50% of all government revenue. What is needed for sustained growth and economic resurgence is to remove the structural bottlenecks that limit the productivity and revenue earning potential of the huge non-oil sectors. Here is the lesson. Nigeria should significantly boost productivity and revenues from its non-oil sector with appropriate and synergistic fiscal and macroeconomic policies, especially flexible market-based exchange rates that will enhance international competitiveness. Your Excellencies, infrastructure is critical for unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's economy. Nigeria will need $15 billion a year for investment in infrastructure. Financial innovations should be prioritized, as governments alone cannot afford these huge financial costs. The private sector should be given more incentives to invest in infrastructure. The federal government's 15 trillion naira infrastructure fund is a brilliant idea. So is the initiative for tax credits for private sector investments in infrastructure. And I was sitting next to my brother Aliko Dangote over there, and Aliko, just to let you know that I went on one of those roads that you built, and it looked like M25 road built in the UK, so we should do more of those. To be sustainable and more efficient, public-private partnerships, or PPPs, should be accelerated to finance major infrastructure all across Nigeria. Nigeria's institutional investors, especially the pension funds, should invest in infrastructure. Governments can also implement infrastructure asset recycling models, where existing infrastructure assets on government books can be turned over to the private sector, freeing up financing for governments to invest in new infrastructure needs. Here is the lesson. Sustainable financing approaches such as PPPs and infrastructure asset recycling will allow Nigeria to attract significant private sector investment into infrastructure. Your Excellencies, this brings me to the issue of trade, investment, and competitiveness. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents a major opportunity for Nigeria. Consumer and business expenditures in Africa are projected to rise to $6.7 trillion by 2030. Significant support, therefore, should be directed towards boosting industrial manufacturing capacities. Nigeria should also move rapidly to the top of selected value chains, such as automobiles, computers and electronics, textiles and garments, and food manufacturing, transport, and logistics. Much, Your Excellencies, will depend on the ports of Nigeria. According to the sector operators, the cost of exporting 100 tons of cargo in Nigeria is $35,000, compared to just $4,000 in Ghana. Today, the leading ports of West Africa are in Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, and Benin Republic. All of these countries have modernized their port management systems, leaving Nigeria far behind. Nigeria can learn from Morocco's world-class Tangier Med port. The port is unique in that it is an industrial port complex, a platform that has over 1,100 companies. They collectively exported over 8 billion euros worth of goods in 2020. Companies located at the Tangier Med port have allowed Morocco to move up the global value chains, including automobiles, automotive parts, aeronautics, agriculture, and food manufacturing, textiles, and logistics. Annually, over 460,000 cars are manufactured in the zone of the sports. And more interesting is that the bulk of the human resources to do all of this are Moroccans. Mr. President, I took a walk myself at the Tangier Med port. I actually thought they were on vacation, as I did not see people, just machines, haulers, automated systems, moving containers in what looked like a well-synchronized maze with incredible efficiency. There were no kilometers of trucks waiting to get to the port. Your Excellency, we should not be decongesting the ports in Nigeria. We should be transforming the ports. This must start with cleaning up administrative bottlenecks, most of which are unnecessary, with multiple government agencies at the ports, high transaction costs, or even plain extortion from illegal taxes, which do not go into the coffers of the government where the revenue is badly needed. Here is the lesson. Nigeria should rapidly modernize and transform its ports. Ports are not there for revenue generation. They are for facilitating business and exports and stimulating industrial manufacturing and competitiveness of local businesses and exports. Your Excellencies, you knew this was coming. Agriculture, I can't give a talk without talking of agriculture. We must boost food security, reduce the price of food, and ensure greater competitiveness of Nigeria's agricultural sector. When I was Minister of Agriculture, we deployed a highly innovative mobile phone system to reach farmers with subsidized farm inputs, a program called Growth Enhancement Scheme and the e-wallet system. To be clear, this was the first time in the world that such a system was deployed to reach farmers with subsidized farm inputs via mobile phones. And it worked. It brought in transparency. It brought in accountability. It brought in all the major commercial banks. More importantly, it delivered impressive results and led to massive food production. It reached 15 million farmers with high-quality seeds and fertilizers right in their villages. Nigeria's food production boomed and expanded by an additional 21 million metric tons. The rice revolution started then in Kebbi State and the Northwest as we deployed innovative high-quality seeds of Faro 44 and Faro 52 rice, which we introduced to Nigeria from the Africa Rice Center. I remember visiting Hadejia Valley Irrigation Project in Jigawa State. As women farmers told me, "Thank you, Minister. We get our seeds and fertilizers right here in our villages by our mobile phones," and they emphasized, the men cannot cheat us anymore. I was elated. Prices of food fell and productivity went up. The Growth Enhancement Scheme and the e-wallet system has now been adopted in Central Asia, in Togo, in Liberia, and several African countries. In Nigeria, where they were developed, they are no longer being implemented. Your Excellency, Mr. President, you will have people telling you it is a lack of rain that is leading to low food production. A little, maybe. That it is insecurity. Yes, maybe, to some extent. That it is middlemen. A little, maybe. For Your Excellency, Mr. President, the main reason is that farmers no longer have access to quality improved seeds and fertilizers and farm inputs at scale. Farmers across the country are asking for the federal government to restore, in their words, and I quote, the popular Growth Enhancement Support Scheme and the e-wallet system. The chairman of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFAN, Alhaji Farouk Moody, said in March 2020, and I quote, "These initiatives, Growth Enhancement Support Scheme and the e-wallet system, should be restored by the federal government. They will boost farmers' production, create jobs, and increase internally generated revenue for the states." I would like to urge Your Excellency, Mr. President, please relaunch the Growth Enhancement Scheme and the e-wallet system. It will put millions of farmers at the heart of your drive for agriculture at scale. If it is done and run well, I can assure you that you will have even greater dramatic turnaround in national food production. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the African Development Bank has helped to finance the revolution of wheat in Sudan with heat-tolerant varieties by producing 65,000 metric tons of seed. To give you a sense of the magnitude of this, let me say that the largest airplane, the Airbus 380 aircraft, fully loaded with passengers, with its fuel and cargo, weighs 98.4 metric tons. So 65,000 tons of heat-tolerant wheat in Sudan is the equivalent of 660 Airbus 380 aircraft packed on a landing strip. The impact was dramatic. In just 2 seasons, we helped Sudan to cultivate these heat-tolerant varieties of wheat on 317,000 hectares, which produced 1.1 million tons of wheat. The Prime Minister of Sudan, who you know very well, Mr. President, Abdallah Hamdok, said with this intervention, the country moved from 25% self-sufficiency to 54% in just 2 seasons. Sudan expects to become a net exporter of wheat within 3 years. We also supported Ethiopia to cultivate heat-tolerant varieties on over 184,000 hectares. Interestingly, these same heat-tolerant wheat varieties were introduced to Nigeria when I was Minister of Agriculture, and we work hard to give them to farmers in the Lake Chad Basin. Your Excellency, Mr. President, you may wish to know that during the insecurity in the area, my staff at the time at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, led by one Dr. Oluwashina Olabanji, the then executive director of the Lake Child Research Institute, and his team, they stayed in the fields. They protected the seeds being multiplied literally with their lives. They risked their lives on those fields. When insecurity became much more serious, they moved the varieties to Kadawa Valley in Kano. Dr. Olabanji, Your Excellency, Mr. President, it's my humble submission, will deserve a national award. I was on the farms in Kano with several Serikin nomas or farmer heads. They could not believe that wheat could be as tall as they were. These varieties yielded 5 tons per hectare compared to the average of 1.5 tons per hectare. That is an increase of 400%. Nigeria should take advantage of the work of the bank on this and scale up cultivation of heat-tolerant wheat varieties all across northern Nigeria. Your Excellency, Mr. President, it is time to also take bold policy measures to drive the structural transformation of agriculture with infrastructure and spatial economic policies. The key for this is the development of special agro-industrial processing zones, SAPZs, across the country. There will be zones enabled with infrastructure and logistics to support the private sector, food and agriculture companies, to locate close to the areas of production, to process and add value to food and agricultural commodities. They will change the rural economies from being zones of economic misery to zones of new economic prosperity. The African Development Bank and our partners have already mobilized $520 million towards this program. We are working very closely with the federal government, 7 state governments, the Federal Capital Territory, the Ministries of Finance, Agriculture, Trade, Industry and Investment, Water Resources, and the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority on the design of these special agro-industrial processing zones. They are expected to create at least 1.5 million jobs. Here is the lesson. Nigeria should establish special agro-industrial processing zones all across the country. The e-wallet system and the growth enhancement scheme to boost farmers' access to productivity-enhancing inputs at scale should be reinstated and enshrined in law. And I see the Speaker and also the President of the Senate here. Policy reversals should be avoided. I talked recently to the new Minister of Agriculture, Honorable President. He called me and he and I had almost an hour conversation. He told me when he came to see you, his weight was 76.5 kilograms. He said when he left your office, his weight was 210 kilograms. That you told him so much he had to do, he gained so much weight. I don't know if you are here, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. I hope what I'm saying is correct. I just want to tell you that you will have my maximum support. Your Excellencies, we must unleash the potential of the youth of Nigeria. Today, over 75% of the population is under the age of 35. More decisive actions are needed to turn this demographic asset into an economic dividend. A young, productive, youthful population with access to education, skills, social protection, affordable housing, and medical care will power Nigeria's economy now and well into the future. We must move away from the so-called youth empowerment programs. The youth do not need handouts. They need investments. I would therefore like to commend you, Mr. President, for your decision to establish the Youth Investment Fund. That is why also the African Development Bank is currently working with central banks and countries all across the continent to design and support the establishment of what we call Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. These will be new financial institutions run by young, professional, and highly competent financial experts and bankers to develop and deploy new financial products and services for businesses and ventures of young people. Several African countries have already indicated their readiness to establish youth entrepreneurship investment banks. Here is the lesson. Nigeria should make its youth the drivers of the new economy through the creation of youth entrepreneurship investment banks that puts new financial ecosystems around them to fully unleash their potential. This will take the Youth Investment Fund, which you have established, Mr. President. It will take it to scale. It will institutionalize it, and it will make it sustainable. Your Excellencies, one of the industries that will dominate the future is the fintech industry. By 2030, 650 million Africans will have smartphones, and 50 million will have 5G phone networks. Digital payments, mobile money accounts, savings, credit, and money transfers will revolutionize businesses. Nigeria's fintech is surging as one of the leaders in Africa today. Google recently announced plans to invest $1 billion in Africa. That tells you something. They see the demographic and mobile tech growth and how this will rapidly change the future of e-commerce, trade, health, and finance. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the African Development Bank will support the federal government's efforts, being led by His Excellency Vice President Oshibajo, on the digital Nigeria. The bank is preparing investment in digital and creative enterprises, which is called iDice, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, a program that is $600 million worth of investment to be co-financed with several partners. These will promote entrepreneurship and innovation in the digital technology and creative industries. Here is the lesson. Nigeria should take the fintech industry as a major driver of the economy and invest heavily in digital infrastructure. Your Excellencies, an economically resurgent Nigeria must be a more peaceful and secure Nigeria. Today, more than ever, several African countries are spending a significant share of their budgets on security, displacing resources needed for development. Increasingly as well, the investable space in many parts of Africa, including Nigeria, is shrinking due to insecurity and insurgencies. Yet, resources are not there to enable countries to cope with these rising challenges. We must therefore recognize the strong linkages between security, investment, growth, and development. And that is why the African Development Bank is working on developing security-indexed investment bonds to help countries and regional economic communities to mobilize resources to tackle these challenges. The security-indexed investment bonds will raise funds on the global capital markets to support countries to upgrade their security architecture, rebuild damaged infrastructure in conflict-affected areas, rebuild social infrastructure, and protect zones where there are strategic investments. Here is the lesson. Without security, there cannot be investment. Without investment, there cannot be growth. And without growth, there cannot be development. The African Development Bank stands fully ready to help Nigeria in the design and implementation of security-indexed investment bonds to raise more resources to tackle its security challenges. Your Excellencies, climate change will pose significant challenges to Nigeria's economic resurgence. Climate change has already decimated a whole area of the Lake Chad Basin. Mr. President, you spoke to me directly about this. Today, the vast area of the Lake Chad Basin, which used to provide livelihoods and resources for fisheries, livestock, and food production, is now littered with parched lands, dried up waterbeds, and scorched earth. Nigeria must decisively tackle climate change. The African Development Bank will be there to help. The bank has committed to mobilize $25 billion in climate finance by 2025 in support of African countries. Here is the lesson. Nigeria must prioritize climate adaptation and mitigation actions. It should prioritize the recharging of the Lake Chad Basin. It should drive for a just energy transition. And I want to thank you, Vice President Oshibajo, for the push that you're giving on this. I followed some of your conversations on that. That we should drive for a just energy transition, which includes natural gas, to protect the economy, assure energy for industrialization, while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As I close, Your Excellency, Mr. President, you and Nigeria sent me on an assignment. When I was elected president of the African Development Bank in 2015, as the first ever Nigerian to be president of the bank since its establishment in 1964. You personally stood by me in my most challenging moments last year. I was subsequently re-elected as president of the African Development Bank with 100% of the votes of all 81 shareholder member countries, African and non-African. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm also grateful for the tremendous support of His Excellency the Vice President, of the Minister of Finance, my dear sister, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, my dear brother Geoffrey Onyema, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Gambari, and indeed all members of the Cabinet, of the National Assembly, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, and of course, all Nigerians. I feel tremendously humbled by the support. I am proud of what we have accomplished at the African Development Bank since 2015. With your strong support and those of 81 shareholder member countries, African and non-African. The work of the bank has impacted on the lives of 335 million people. The African Development Bank received an increase in its general capital from $93 billion to $208 billion, the largest ever in its history. The bank has maintained its stellar AAA ratings by the major global credit agencies for 6 years in a row, thanks to your strong support as our shareholders, which also includes Nigeria. And Your Excellency, Mr. President, this year, Global Finance, the globally renowned U.S. financial magazine, rated the African Development Bank as the best multilateral financial institution in the world in 2021. That is the kind of Africa we want. Africa showing global excellence in the middle of a turbulent world, finding solutions and driving innovation and change at scale. We must work together, hand in hand, and rise above the tide of challenges. We must never be defined by the extent of our challenges. You are a very tall man, Your Excellency, Mr. President. So you can handle water in the swimming pool. Stand in the deep end with your head and shoulders still above water. And now that I have said that, Mr. President, I must let you know that you are so tall that if you and I were going to be swimming in the pool, that would be considered unfair competition. Your Excellency, Mr. President, like a builder strains to put one block on the other and cements them together, you need to ensure that all the blocks are now the right blocks and that they all fit together to build the kind of structure you desire and that the nation deserves. We must be remembered by our ability as individuals and collectively to rise above challenges with sharp focus, relentless execution, fairness, equity, public accountability, and transparency. We must drive for a much better and economically stronger Nigeria, a resurgent Nigeria, the Nigeria we build, the Nigeria we love, our Nigeria. I know that Nigeria will shine. Together, let us make that happen. History must remember us for that. Thank you very much once again, my dear Mr. President, for this great honor. May God bless you, Mr. President, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That was quite eloquent, coming from our own Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, giving us the continental perspective to economic resurgence. Thank you very much, Dr. Adesina. That will bring us to the end of the first segment of this program. And we will thank our colleagues in the media who have provided coverage, live coverage, from many stations and platforms. For this point, we would like to say the media can please withdraw. Aides of all the VIPs here would also need to withdraw. The army band can withdraw. And only participants and resource persons are to be left in the hall. Participants and resource persons are the only people required to remain in the hall as we go into a technical session immediately. So please, can the media and all those I've mentioned withdraw? Any media leaving his camera behind, please pull out the microphone. We are going into a technical session, which is, if you like, a closed-door session. Thank you. Thank you. Our friends in the media can withdraw. If you are aides to any VIP, you can also withdraw. Thank you. They should stay. Your Excellency, Mr. President, there is a slight tweak to the program that we have. We are going into a segment that has the theme taking stock. Taking stock, and we should have had an overview of midterm scorecard and summary of ministerial / MDA performance. That will come after the lunch break. That will come after the lunch.
You are on to the network service of the NTA. The 2021 midterm ministerial performance review retreat opening ceremony's first session has ended. We would now return to our normal transmission on the network service of the NTA.
when formal education was the only emphasis for young people in Nigeria. The new trend is skill acquisition, in addition to any course of study in school. Many young people, including bakers who have vocational skills, are not just doing great, but are employers of labor. You're watching Baker's World on NTA. I am Funke Oyele. Many thanks for watching. This episode offers an opportunity to explore bread and pizza recipe. If you have any interest in starting a baking business, this is a must-watch for you. Our guest is a professional baker who has been able to translate our hobby into a baking career. You'll get to know more about her in our conversation segment. All these and more for you on the show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bread is a snack to some, while a great number of people love it as a staple food. Today on this segment, our guest baker, Olusolakpe, and our assistant will be showing us how to make pizza, sardine bread, and burger buns. I'm sure you won't want to miss this. If you're ready, let's hand over to our baker now.
Before we start baking today, we're going to wash our hands because we're using our hands for a lot of things that we'll be doing. For our sardine rolls and our burger bun, we have a 7-ingredient recipe. My second ingredient, I stir 50 grams of sugar, a tablespoon of yeast, a tablespoon of salt to my flour. While I pour my flour, salt into the liquid mixture, my assistant will measure out for me 90 grams of margarine. At this point, my mixture is getting thick. I'm going to add my margarine to help soften the thick mixture while I use my hand to complete the mixing. And then I can add my remaining flour gradually. At this point, I will transfer my mixture to my mixer to mix using my dough hook to complete the kneading process. My dough is ready, so I'm just going to cover it and keep in a warm place for it to proof before we move to the next stage. The pizza dough is what we are looking at next. I would start by measuring my water into my bowl. I add 3 tablespoons of oil. Let's measure 375 grams of flour, 1 tablespoon of sugar, then my yeast. Lastly, we're going to add our salt. Time to add my flour and salt into my water. I'm going to use my dough hook to knead. Our pizza dough is not as stiff as a lot of other bread doughs. So we're going to add a little oil to our pan before we transfer our dough. I set my dough aside for proofing. Now our dough is ready and proofed. As you can see, I'm going to knock it down To knock out the air, I bring it out onto my work table. A little flour here so that it will not stick to my table. We're going to be making burger buns from this, as well as sardine rolls. Our burger buns works with precision in the weight. So I'm going to use my scale to measure 100 grams each. Each burger bun will be 100 grams. I have 400 grams each here. I'm going to roll it into a ball shape. When molding your dough for any bread, you have to ensure that your dough is tight so that the under of your burger bun will be smooth. You roll it, rub it on your surface. Roll it, rub it on your surface so that the under will be smooth. When baking your burger bun, please bear in mind you need a spacious pan. Your burger buns need space so that they can come out individually. I'm going to also flour my pan lightly. Flouring my pan. This pan can take about 6 or 8 burger buns. I'm going to spread out this 4 that I have here from this particular mix. You can see that the buns are well spaced so that they can bake evenly and individually. This I set aside to prove again before baking. The proving this time around would be a mild one, not as long as the first time. I told you that the sardine roll would not require precision like your burger buns. So I'm just going to shear my dough into 6. So you can see I've shared my dough into 6, not necessarily measuring them. At this point, my assistant will bring the sardine while I flatten the dough. He's going to drop a little sardine in each. We're adding sardine to the center of our dough. Now, I'm going to fold them over. Please bring the pan. I'm rolling my dough into balls before I start to arrange into my pan. When rolling into ball, make sure your sardine is not exposed and make a neat ball. If your sardine shoots out at any point, you will not get a round shape when your bread is baked. You can see my neat balls. If you weren't told, you wouldn't know that they contain sardine. I would arrange my rolls into my 8-inch pan. So my assistant will set it aside to proof for about 20 minutes. Our pizza dough has also doubled in size. It is proved. We're going to prepare the toppings before we put the dough in our pan. So that's our cheese. It's grating it using the small size of the grater. Our pizza topping will be our beef and our sausage meat. So I'm going to cut it into bits. Remember, you can garnish your pizza with whatever you will. Next, I prepare my sauce. The choice of sauce for your pizza is also at your discretion. It could be Italian dressing, oyster dressing. Today, however, I'm going to be combining 1 or 2. Here with me, I have my barbecue sauce. I'm going to add in my tomato ketchup. Then I'm adding my sweet, spicy sauce. Thereafter, I mix the three together. Next, we're going to be cutting our vegetables. We're going to be cutting our onions. We have our bell pepper, which I will cut myself. You can see that our dough has proved further. We are ready to put it in our pan. Please bring the two pans. Before we put our dough in our pan, we are going to oil the pan generously with our oil, not margarine this time around. You can see that my dough is soft, but not sticky to my pan because my pan was well oiled. You can see I'm sprinkling a little flour to firm up my dough. I'm taking the measurement because I'm going to share into two. You can see my dough is very soft. All I need to do is to spread my dough so that it covers the surface of my pan. We start with our sauce for the toppings. Be generous with your sauce. That is what gives your pizza the unique taste. Thereafter, we add our cheese. Remember, we grated it. We add our vegetable, the onions, and the bell pepper. We add our sausage or chicken franks, as it is called. Next will be our shredded beef, our minced beef. And we garnish further with our sauce. That is what gives your pizza the unique taste. Lastly, we add our cheese. Our pizza is ready to go into the oven.
While our dough is in the oven, we'll take a quick break here, and when we're back, we'll be having a chat with our guest baker. Please don't go anywhere.
When I realized that I had a passion that wouldn't go away for baking, and when I realized also that people appreciated the work, the cakes I made for them, and were willing to part with some money for it.
Our guest today is a creative and pleasant baker. Oluwashulakpe Bamijoko is a microbiology graduate, born in Lagos State on the 16th of January 1972. She obtained her first degree from the University of Ibadan in 1994 and proceeded to the University of Lagos, where she backed her master's degree in humanitarian and refugee studies in 2002. This amiable baker's interest in the culinary world stemmed from watching a family menu program on the Nigerian Television Authority as a young girl in the 80s. She is a wife and mother of 3 children. Her brand, Creative Fingers, has produced cake and confectionaries for events and milestone celebrations. Join us as we welcome our guest baker, Oluwashulakpe Bamijoko.
You're welcome back. You're still watching Baker's World on NTA. Today I have with me our guest baker. She's a woman who turned her hobby into a baking business. She's a woman who is used to making hot cake, and now today she's become a hot cake in the baking business herself. You're welcome to the program, Madam.
Thank you.
The first thing I want to ask you, you were always baking. It was a hobby. You were doing it for people. How were you able to turn it into a career today?
As you know, I bake for people's occasion, their birthdays, their weddings. You know, I realized that people liked my creativity. When I eventually turned it into a profession, I needed to follow up with 1 or 2 trainings in cake making and decoration. I also needed to put some structure into place.
There were reports during the lockdown that, a lot of people were ordering for bread because they had to stay at home. Now, what I want to ask is, given the situation and the caution for health and safety during that period, how were people still able to say, oh yes, I'm going to trust the source of bread and order bread and still eat it during this period?
Yes, during the lockdown, especially the initial stage, there was a high demand for bread. I would say instead that people now are more confident in the bakery business. People are more confident in bakers because they know that there are regulatory bodies like NAFDAC that regulate the operation of bakeries to ensure that the bread coming out of bakeries is fit for consumption.
I'm glad you mentioned the regulatory body. Now, as a consumer of bread myself, if I pick up a bread from the shelf, what are those simple things that I can check on the label to ensure that what I'm buying is of standard and it's okay for me to consume?
You should be able to look at the bread. Number one, is it well packaged? Two, you check for the ingredients that were used to make the bread. Information to also look out for is NAFDAC number, which is the approval of authorities concerned. You should also look out, for any other special additive to the bread in case of allergy.
Okay, you've been in this baking business for a while now. I know there must have been a lot of ups and there must have been a lot of downs. Can you share with us one of your first rookie mistake that you made?
First rookie mistake that I wouldn't forget in a hurry was using deep color in the height of rainy season. The client requested for a cake to be decorated with navy blue, and by the time I finished this cake and decorated it, I went to the bakery about 2-3 p.m. to go and deliver, and then lo and behold, my cake was melting.
What happened?
It was sweating. What happened was that in the thick of raining season, you have to be watchful when you use dark colors, because dark colors take a longer time to dry out than ordinary lighter colors.
Thank you so much. It's really been a pleasure having this conversation with you.
Thank you. Pleasure is all mine.
That was our chat with the CEO of Creative Fingers, Mrs. Olusolakwe Bamijoku. Our pizza and bread should be ready now. But before we get back to the kitchen, we have baker's gist for you.
What is personal excellence? Personal excellence is simply put the aspiration to be the best that you can be in everything and at everything that you do, whether in your business, whether in your career, whether in your academic pursuits. In my own pursuit of personal excellence, there are 5 areas that I would want to suggest that one can focus on. Number one is that you need to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else. Well, personally, I want to tell you that I've been able to achieve a couple of things that probably nobody have felt. I mean, looking at me from the exterior, somebody have felt I can't do it. Well, I probably say I ran the marathon, and I was able to do that successfully. So you have to believe in yourself. That's number one. Number two, you have to keep honing your skills. The achievements of yesterday, or rather whatever ability you used to achieve your results for yesterday are not sufficient for today. One of my mentors calls that creative destruction, right? Anything you did that was good enough for yesterday will tell you that was only good enough for yesterday. Leave that as it is, move on to the next thing. That is, you have to keep improving on your abilities you have to go from fundamentals to intermediate, and from intermediate to advanced.
Before me are the filling for our burger bun. Burger bun has baked and cooled. Our sardine bread also baked and cooled. Our sardine bread is good to go as it is, ready to eat, but the burger bun, we need to dress it to make it into hamburgers. This is my mayonnaise. I'm going to add my ketchup into my mayonnaise. And then I'll be adding a little of my soy sauce. my spices to my sauce. A pinch or two will do. You don't want to overspice your hamburger. I would slice my bread in the middle. My assistant will be unwrapping the cheese while I cut tomatoes. My onions. For your hamburger, I take the first slice. Next is my lettuce and closely followed by my tomatoes. I will add my onions and my beef. Lastly, we'll cover with our cheese and lettuce. Sardine roll is ready. Burger bun turned into hamburger is ready. And our pizza is also ready, just in time.
This looks so amazing. Well done. You know, there's so much to taste from today, and I'm going to give you a comment about each and every one. But let's start with the pizza. The pizza, spicy and very juicy. Very tasty. I love it. And of course the burger buns. Oh, that is also very delicious. I wish you could have a taste of it. You know, it's been said, if baking is any labor at all, it is a labor of love. And it's a love that's been passed from generation to generation. You too can bake a delicious bread recipe like this at home, or you can even turn it into a baking business. I hope you've learned a couple of things from our baker and our assistant. So we'll come your way next week with a more exciting episode of Baker's World. You can reach us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. It's Baker's World on NTA. We hope to see your comments and feedbacks. See you next week. I am Funke Oyele. Bye for now.
welcome to another outing of the program, Our History. And on Our History, we take you round over the period we've been on. We've been to some parts of West Africa, parts of Nigeria, and the journey keeps on because our history in Africa is very, very vast. Today, I'm taking you somewhere. Where am I taking you to? Don't bother. I'm taking you to Oka. Oka is a place that is very rich in history. Today we're going to see the people. We're going to see the kind of trading they used to have, their culture, traditions, elephants. Oh, they had elephants. And guess what? They even have the legend of the monkey. The Chinese will do this for you, but no, that's not what we're doing. You get to also find out what the monkey has to do as a legend in that region. So welcome. I'm Cordelia Okbe. Let's take this trip together as we go to the star in the southeast, Oka.
This city is one of the oldest settlements in Igbo land. It is said to have produced the earliest documented bronze works in sub-Saharan Africa around 800 AD. This might be related to blacksmith, which was the major occupation of the people. Welcome to the ancient city of Oka. Oka is the capital of Anambra State in southeast of Nigeria, with an estimated population of 301,657 as of 2006 Nigerian census exercise. Anambra State hosts the popular Onitsha Bridge, which links southwest states to the eastern states in Nigeria. Originally, the people of Oka were farmers, hunters, and blacksmiths. But today, white-collar jobs and trading are becoming more popular.
In olden days, they don't go to school. For you to be a good son of an Oka man is for you to start an apprentice as a blacksmith. It's only the ones they hate they send to school. Okay. So now, today is now revised its order, the other way around. So nobody wants his children not to be educated. So everybody wants to go to school in the first instance. And there's no way you go to school and become a graduate and you come down to start learning blacksmith again. So that makes it's now naturally fizzling out in the system.
Oka should not be confused with Oka Etiti, which is a town in Idemili South Local Government Area of Anambra State of Nigeria. It is in the tropical rainforest zone of Nigeria with two distinct seasons, the dry and wet, and two predominant winds, the southwestern monsoon winds from the Atlantic Ocean and the northeastern dry winds from across the Sahara Desert. Oka comprises 7 Igbo groups, sharing common blood lineage, and it's divided into 2 sections. The first is Ifite section. The senior section comprising 4 groups, Ayom Naokbala, Nkwele, Amachala, and Ifite Oka. The second group is the Ezi section, which consists of 3 groups, Amiko, Ezioka, and Agulu. Each of these groups has a number of villages. Altogether, Oka comprises of 33 villages. The earliest settlers of Oka were the Ameyana people. Ayom Naokpala, which is said to be the eldest group, is made of 4 villages: Umayom, Umunoke, Umuarama, and Umuokbu.
Amenyana, the first settlement. Amenyana. And the Amenyana is part of Umuabandu family. That is why we are supreme in Oka. In the 33 villages you have in Oka, if you share whatever we have into 33 villages, the first village that we take is Umayom. Umayom is the most senior. Why is Umayom taking first? Umayom is taking first because of Umuabandu family. In Umayom we have 4 families. Umuabandu, Obalamoshi, Egumene, and there's a devil. And out of the 4, the most senior is where you are now. That is why Umayom takes first in Oka.
Our history.
In modern times, Oka has adapted to the republican system, where power resides in elected individuals or group. The people have 4 traditional institutions, namely Ezeozu, which is a traditional ruler, Ozoka, which comprises of Iche and Ozo titled men, the eldest man, and Oka Development Union. The Ezeozu is elected by all Ozo titled men by rotation amongst different villages to represent the city at state functions.
When we say Ezeozu is there, Oka does not accept rule by one individual, whether you are rich or the traditional ruler or whatever. That is why we made the constitution. Ezeozu is a constitutional monarch. But, you get into friction, you refer to Ozoka. Ozoka is the body that knows the tradition of the town. You know, when you are Otochaloka, the oldest person, sometimes you don't know that you are. You don't even know that you are living in your house. So we respect you, we respect age, but we don't leave our decisions to you. Ozoka is the vibrant arm of the whole arrangement.
There are different versions of the origin of Oka people. Some claim descendants from Israel. Others say they first settled at Uguoba, somewhere in present-day Enugu State.
Jubia ndubo muchagolo bawo kande ketalanya akamno nwe wonye iwe ndo ibone ko history na toto wona ko wam na nemuloka shi opa nenuenu Israel we panyeja we no panyenya bija na opa Egypt Israel we jelido milina sagonasa we jere wevo bata obobodo olutoji ibana ekuji uji enu wado na Enugu State wevu milina ekwekwo we ngulia ni bobo na abulu milina ekwekwo na mbugo na ga abukwe na mbodege we bodegezi o we duzenewu we nolu we mnurutene we muo nwa izizi mgba nwu na anara ado nwere no na ado no we muo nwa izizi nnekwu ugwu dunewu we ku onye oba we meregezi we muo nwa nwoke nke bo we bu onya nwa okanya onya bo oba omulu chitena ngwa no Enugu ko omulu ya we kuzie ugwu oba ya ugwu oba ibo ba ya we ile nne muloka ugwu oba shiwe bido kana gwakwa giwe nyane loka shibido nke anwu na agba ntari nne otudo anu egbo no biele anya ba anu edi eli nebu ogara gbatikotiko we nwuru ogbagbu onye onya nwoke anya ka emeketezi we kuzie nye oka.
There are several sources
about the origin of Oka people. One, with so many Oka people, subscribe to is the one that says that Oka people, found themselves in Oka. But they were not, in fact, God created the Oka man and started living here as far back as history. There are also some other sources that looked at the different villages or the different quarters in Oka as having arrived differently, in the course of history. They point to the oldest village, Umuayom, and so that they settled first before others came until the last. We have 33 villages in Oka. So the quarters arrived differently. In other words, they may have come from different, areas and, migrating from one place to the other.
In ancient times, Oka was populated by elephants, with a section of the town named Amei, that is, aunt of elephants. The elephants were hunted for their prized ivory tusks, which was kept as a symbol to the god of Okanube. The worshippers of Okanube were called Okanube, which eventually shortened to Oka.
Onya kpatale ejiwe na-ekwe ama enyi ya bụ ama ike enyi na-akpa nli onye nwa ngana ekwu ama enyi Ọka ya bụ na nkwa ama enyi ibe olule ma Ọka duba.
Imoka Festival, which was formerly called Egwoka, is a cultural festival of the people of Oka. It is the most popular annual festival in Oka. This ceremony is performed at the beginning of the planting season to appease God for bountiful harvest, good health, peace, and protection.
Imoka is a shrine made by our ancestors. In those days, we have tribal war. So somebody some group from other town come and invade the other town. So this is the essence that our forefathers get this Imoka for protection, to protect them and their children yet unborn.
It was also a unifying force for the people of Oka.
The significance of Imoka is when in the slavery olden days, notice that Okoli Joma, a warrior from Arochukwu, was kidnapping our sons mainly and daughters for slavery trade. So Oka brought in Obuno and called him Obuno Okachi. His warriors and a native doctor in the olden days, who now prepares traditional local charms to protect every Oka man. And in doing that, there was something they brought in based on the history. That thing is called Imoka, and that is why you see the forest. That big forest, nobody can build there. And that forest, when you get into that forest, you see a lot of animals, monkeys. They did it for about 9 years, 10 years then. And they started having law of kidnapping of all our children. So Oka people now decided then to be celebrating it as a festival to remember that what used to happen in those 18, 17 centuries is no more happening. So it becomes a festival to thank Obuno Okachi that this is our town now.
Our history.
According to legend, Oka monkeys played significant role in the survival and safety of the people. It is an abomination for any Oka indigene to kill or eat a monkey. If one kills a monkey, the victim will give the monkey a funeral befitting of a human being. Strangers accept this belief as you see monkeys climbing people's houses and even destroying their crops.
In the olden days, there was a war, a series of battles. Some opposition warriors invaded Oka. And when you are invading, you hide in the bush. Now, monkeys live in the bush, right? Then the monkeys saw what was happening, and they knew that if they didn't go to reveal the information to Oka people, the enemies will attack Oka and conquer Oka. So they left the bush and came to the towns, and with signs showed those Oka people where the enemies had camped. Then Oka in turn led an ambush and defeated the enemy. So there is this agreement unsigned but written between the monkey family and Oka people, that Oka people will not harm, will not eat the flesh of the monkey. Monkey is not a god, a deity, or the rest of that, just an animal. In your town, if you eat monkey, that's your business. But in Oka, no Oka man will. If an Oka man is having pepper soup anywhere, and somebody says, this thing smells like monkey, the Oka man will say, please, please, I won't eat again. And will even appeal to the monkey to understand that he started eating because in ignorance.
The largest market in the town is Eke Oka. Named after one of the 4 market days in Igbo calendar. Eke Oka has grown from a small market, serving the needs of Oka people as the main retail outlet for the city and the neighboring towns. Another notable market in Oka is Nkwame, located further down on the busy Zik Avenue Business District area. It is far smaller than Ikeoka, with less than 100 market stalls in an area estimated at around 3,000 square meters.
So you heard the legend of the monkey? It's still a real thing, so you know what to do when you see a monkey when you visit that region, because the burial you're going to give to that monkey will be as good as the type you'll give to a king. So please protect our wildlife too, if you know what I mean. Now, Oka, you heard it slightly mentioned at the beginning of the program, is known for something historically: blacksmithing. How did it start? How was it organized? And where is the place of the blacksmith in present day Oka? Let's continue the ride to find out.
In ancient times, demand for their skills as blacksmiths had Oka people traveling throughout Nigeria, making farming implements, household tools, and guns. Over time, the town became famous for metal working of a high level, and its blacksmiths were usually highly prized throughout the region for making farming implements, guns, and ceremonial items such as the staff of mystical power and the staff of Ozo-titled men.
Travel a lot. We're all over the place, especially in Igbo land. There's no part of any community in Igbo land that you cannot see Oka man, either settle down like Arab people or be married because of virtue of their duty and virtue of their occupation. Then blacksmith is like a great man, because in any community, especially in Igbo part of this country, what makes them up then is farming, and we produce the material for farming, because it's only blacksmith that prepares the whole, the cutleries, the dengon for hunters. So any place Oka man goes, they receive him like a king. He settles down and he started working for the people, and they will virtually force an Oka man to marry their daughter, so that either you settle down there or you be part of them, because we have the instrument of power as of then as a farmers. So that makes Oka to have a widespread in terms of any place they go, you must see an Oka man.
From the 16th century, or a little earlier, Oka craftsmen became noted travelers. They traveled throughout the old eastern region, the large parts of the old midwestern region, and parts of the present Middle Belt. Perhaps with the possible exception of the Aro people, they were the most widely traveled Igbo-speaking group in pre-colonial times. G.T. Basden, a British missionary who came to Nigeria in 1900, observed that they traveled to such distant parts as Bonny, Calabar, Warri, and Lagos with their craft. For greater efficiency, they organized themselves into a guild. The itinerant artisans of Oka must have realized that if every craftsman traveled where he wanted, there might be crowding in some places, which could result in unnecessary friction and petty rivalries. They thus divided the world known to them into Ezije, that is, journey routes.
We are known as a blacksmith people. As I'm talking to you presently, the Buckingham Palace gate was designed by an Oka man, a blacksmith called Samuel Ojogo, in 1902. How we know about it is the history tells us, and the pictures they took when they were living through the ship to England is there. So that is why we normally have what you call Oka Day in London. And anytime we do it, the royal palace, the royal family sent representatives, because we exhibit that the history of England, that gate was built by an Oka man.
Today, blacksmith workers built in their creativity as they make different things like keys and gear lock for cars.
Any Oka man must know how to make blacksmith, whether big or small. We have no any other occupation before than blacksmithing. But nowadays, when the government have neglected the blacksmith people, so all our children are not ready to learn blacksmith again. So anybody that you tell to come and learn blacksmith, you just run away, because you will neglect the job, because it's a dirty job. And from that, there is no money and no help from government. Then our people are running away from blacksmithing now.
And as the saying goes, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Oka people relaxes after the day's job with its local food, onugu soup. That is the bitter leaf soup, and fufu.
Onugu is very, very good. That is bitter leaf. Ewuro. Very good for body. When you take a chop panel finish, when you get up in the morning, body will strong.
Oka, the home of blacksmiths in ancient times, has now developed to city capital where indigenes and visitors live peacefully.
Oka since 2003.
What can you tell us about
Oka people, I can say that they were very acceptable from other non-indigenous people that from not the Oka town. They were intermingled with them, having a good relationship with them. If you are living in Oka, you can do anything you want to do. Any business you want to do with the Oka people, they can easily do the business with you without having any problem.
You don't stay here a long time. Abuja, many bush places they here. Even say you won't follow small road to enter bush, sometimes you go see boys who will challenge you. But now, okay, they clean. No any problem for Anambra State.
Oka people are nice, they are hospitable. Oka people are generally they're okay. They accept us that are not really from Oka and they accept us as students. So I think they're okay.
Well, no matter how small, I'm very sure you've discovered something new about Oka today on the program, Our History. And we've come to find out that blacksmithing is something that is cherished in that place, but is gradually fading away and giving room, or more of the people are now going for trading, business, and so on. Should we let blacksmithing die? Imagine the people of old could make strong weapons of war from metals. But unfortunately, what are we doing with metal today? Well, is a thought. And on Our History, we always like to leave you with a thought, and that is the thought for today. Should we let the traditional act of blacksmithing die? That is the question. We've also seen other things about this region, their tradition, cultures, and my favorite, the legend of the monkey. Till I come back next week with another group from Nigeria, I'll ask you to always remember our history is very important. If we do not know it, that will mean our future may just be endangered. I'm Cordelia Obey. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Zamfara State records significant success in the fight against resurgent banditry. Youth unemployment correspondent examines federal government's intervention programs to engage youths productively. Plus, secrets behind Edo State location as the heartbeat of the nation. Hello and welcome to another edition of The Correspondents. We have interesting stories that will worth your while. I am Tessie Omiri. Thanks so much for joining us. We begin with the security situation in Zamfara State. Life is gradually returning to normal as the armed forces are intensifying their operations in the state with renewed commitment to combat resurgent banditry and spate of kidnapping in the area. Correspondent Jamilu Ibrahim examines the operations so far and their impact on stemming the tides of bandits and their collaborators across the state.
The government renewed commitment to combat resurgent banditry and sped up kidnapping in Zamfara State through intensified armed forces operations is no doubt greeted with high expectations from people in the state. The operations, which are centered in the areas most hit by the problem, have started yielding the desired results.
But through are doing their best, and we will do everything possible to improve the situation.
They have been succeeding, and they have been doing a lot in ensuring that they secure Zamfara State. A lot of bandits are being neutralized by the security, and our neighbors are also giving us cooperation in terms of GSM network. That has given us the impetus of adding more grease to the elbows of the security agencies to fight the bandits in their enclaves.
Though details of the success story of the operations are sketchy, the reported significant improvement in the security situation across the 14 local government areas of the state is a clear manifestation of the positive impacts of the exercise.
A lot of successes, positive achievement have been recorded. Abduction, attacks, and incessant killings of the innocent citizen have been reduced drastically. Fear, panic, and apprehensions have also been reduced drastically.
The recent successful rescue of many kidnapped victims, most of whom spent a number of months in the bandits' enclaves across the state, as well as the return of many internally displaced persons to their villages, are another clear indications of restoration of relative peace, particularly in the rural communities.
We are in collaboration with the security agencies, and we got clearance before we decided to move them. We have provided them with cash as well as food items, provided the vehicles for them to go back to their destinations.
The new security measures adopted by the government, especially as they relate to the blockage of food items and petrol supply to the bandits and the shutdown of telecommunication networks, could be said to have greatly facilitated the effort to stem the tide of the bandits and their collaborators in the state.
I urge the good people of Zamfara State to always remain law-abiding and collaborate with the security agencies, that the measures taken by the governor in collaboration with the security agencies are yielding positive results.
As the armed forces intensify more efforts towards the restoration of lasting peace in Zamfara State, people in the state are encouraged to continue to support the security agencies with vital and timely information on criminals and their collaborators, with a view to consolidating on the feat achieved so far.
Yes, Jamilu, security is everyone's business. With the cooperation of stakeholders to implement the measures adopted, residents of Zamfara State will soon enjoy lasting peace. Thanks a lot. One of the reasons for insecurity, some say, is youth unemployment, as an idle hand is said to be the devil's workshop. It is, however, not unique to Nigeria, as youth unemployment and underemployment have remained a global challenge. In this report, correspondent Olayinka Ojo takes us through memory lane on government's efforts to make Nigerian youths more productive for national development.
Emmanuel Ngene, before his graduation from school, began searching for white-collar jobs. And when his quest failed, he created one. He is now a manufacturer of leather shoes using locally sourced materials. He has joined the League of Entrepreneurs, providing solutions to unskilled laborers and also creating wealth.
Everybody can be an entrepreneur. You know, it's one industry I see, or one phase of life I see, that can accommodate everybody. You know, everybody may not do agriculture. Everybody cannot work in the civil service. Everybody cannot make shoes, but we all can be entrepreneurs.
A recent data from the National Bureau of Statistics indicates that the rate of jobless youths has increased to 33.5% from 27.1%. This means that 1 in every 3 youths between 15 and 34 years that is able and willing to work is unemployed. It is to address this that the federal government introduced different programs, one of which is the Digital Skills Program for Youths, which guarantees socio-economic development, empowerment, and employability.
When you have tech platforms developed, you can easily track whoever, wherever, and see how they are doing, especially when it comes to being able to monitor and evaluate the success.
Recognizing the place of funding as access to startups poses a challenge, a 75 billion naira Nigerian Youth Investment Fund was set up. Being a government that believes in lifting millions of Nigerians out of poverty, a 4-year plan that will further achieve this was unveiled. It is the Nigerian Youth Employment Action Plan 2021 to 2024.
This is because youth inclusion is about skilled human capital, social and economic stability, a vibrant and healthy labor force, which will also engender political stability, national growth, and development.
And since many young people are looking for jobs, working but living in poverty or discouraged by the current realities in the labor market, the action plan is hinged on the successes of 4 pillars, which are employability, entrepreneurship, employment, equality, and rights. With the support of government, the NYSC Skills Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program over the years has been championing the crusade of self-reliance through training of core members in different skills sets.
Got the opportunity to learn fashion and designing in Mangu camp.
I was introduced to so many things when I was in camp: bag making, bead making, and tailoring. But in camp, I did bag making.
To further expand its impact as well as increase its success stories at complementing other government efforts, the NYSC says it plans to establish an NYSC Trust Fund.
If the NYSC Trust Fund, as we call it, is established, apart from running of the agency, funds, startup capital will be given to all the core members so that they can set up their businesses on the skills they have acquired.
For development partners, utilization of the plan and leveraging the opportunities provided will ensure the creation of more jobs for sustainable development.
We are not done with youth unemployment in Nigeria, as Olayinka Ojo joins us in the studio to speak further on the issues. Hello, Olayinka. Welcome to the correspondence.
Thank you.
Olayinka, every year many Nigerian youths graduate from tertiary institutions with little or no job opportunities. Can you please tell us why is it so?
Okay, looking at our peculiarities here as Nigerians, we are the black most populous nation of the world, and more than half of our population are youths. And I think this is one of the factors. And the craze for white-collar jobs, because every average youth who has been to one tertiary institution or another, ask him this simple question: after graduation, what would you like to be? They'll tell you they want to be civil servants, they want to work in big companies like NNPC, CBN, and their likes.
NNPC.
Forgetting the fact that available jobs or available white-collar jobs cannot cater for the teeming population of our country.
Okay. So entrepreneurship is said to be the latest currency globally, but many Nigerians, just as you have said, still prefer the white-collar job. Is it that this entrepreneurship sector is not profitable, or why?
The upsurge in our population, because in all of this, population plays a key role. But what we need to do now is to think out of the box, particularly youths, and cash in on opportunities, particularly the digital space. Because why I say the digital space? 90% of our youthful population have mobile phones.
Oh.
And today, the digital space, the digital economy is where the world is dovetailing
Where everything
into.
is happening. Okay. Okay. All right, Olaika, from your reports, you mentioned 75 billion naira has been set aside by the federal government to enable the youths to have access to loans. And I'm sure you're tilting towards the entrepreneurship sector. Is this loan accessible? How is the process like?
Okay. The world today, or great economies of the world rather, is being driven by entrepreneurs. And I'm not speaking for government now, but I feel the ministry which I cover thought it wise that it's better to establish like a fund reservoir for Nigerian youths.
Okay.
And the minister now thought it wise to establish what they call the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund.
Okay.
The 75 billion naira you're talking about is divided into three. The first 25 for 1 year, another 25 billion naira for another year, and the last 25 billion naira for the third year, because it's a three-year plan.
Okay.
And accessing these loans is not as easy as people think, because one, for you to have access to such loans, you must have a bankable proposal,
Okay.
a feasibility study. You must have a registered company.
Mm.
And if you have all of this, you have an opportunity to access loan from 250,000 naira to 3 million naira
Okay.
at a single digit interest rate of 5%. And your loan is payable within the space of 5 years.
Okay.
But no collateral.
Mm. So when you talk about entrepreneurship, we have agriculture, we have lots of things that the youth can actually venture into. You know, is it that their eyes are not open to see that other side? Because always white collar job, white collar job, white collar job, and like you have said, it is not enough. Can you shed more light on this other entrepreneurship aspect that you think the youth should venture into?
Okay, for the Youth Investment Fund, they have agro, they have tech, they have ICT as well. They also have renewable energy and their likes. But one thing they do is, when you come, you are allowed to undergo a training. Then they will now look at your areas of strength. Because you try your hands in one or two, they will now look at your areas of strength, and then they train you. And when they see that you're good at what you do, they try to establish you.
Okay, that's beautiful. And this loan, you know, every youth will want to be like, oh, I need this loan, I need this loan. Is it for like a particular category, or is it open for all Nigerian youths?
No, there's an age limit from 18 to 35.
Okay.
That's the youthful population. From the age of 18 to 35.
So if you're above 35,
you cannot have access to such loans.
Oh, okay, okay. As a youth, what is your own opinion, you know, the way out, when you talk about the issue of unemployment of Nigerian youths?
It's just to embrace entrepreneurship. And it shouldn't just be when you're done with school. I think this issue of entrepreneurship should also be taught even in secondary schools. Because like when we were in the university, what we were doing was, there's this course they call GNS. I don't know, my school, we call it GST, some schools call it GNS.
Yes.
They now infuse entrepreneurship into the curriculum of that course. But I feel it shouldn't be just in your 100 level.
Okay.
It should be taught in 100, 200 till you graduate.
Okay.
Because the more you're exposed to skills, the more good you become and the more productive you would be.
Okay, can you share with us, the National Youth Service Corps scheme, NYSC, has been promoting skills acquisition. Would you say it has been helping, to tilting the mindset of the youth towards the direction of entrepreneurship? And then tell us some of the programs. I know they have a lot of it from the NYSC.
Okay, for the NYSC, I think they have a program called Skills Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development called SIDE. And this program has been on since 2012. That's like 9 years now. And they expose core members to different skill sets. 12 different skill sets.
Okay.
Agro-allied, cosmetology, film, cinematography, photography, and their likes. And what they try to do is, when you come to camp, they come to inform you about it, and then they don't impose any skill set on you.
Okay.
You're allowed to choose.
Yeah, there's something about passion. Probably you go for what you're passionate about, something like that. Okay.
When you now register with them, there's what they call in-camp training. While you're on camp for 3 weeks, you're exposed, and there's what they call out-of-camp training as well, for you to be good at what you do.
Okay.
During your in-camp training, resource persons come around to ensure you learn, particularly the rudiments, because 3 weeks is not enough for one to acquire a skill, the truth be told. So the out-of-camp training, during your 1 year, you now go to a more professional
setting.
Yes.
Okay.
Where you're now taught. And one good thing is, if you're good at what you do, NYSC has loans through their foundation that they give to you.
Okay.
But for theirs, like that of the Youth Investment Fund, no collateral. But for that of NYSC, there's a collateral, which is your NYSC certificate. But before now, they weren't
any collateral.
Yes.
Okay.
But they've had cases of where
people abuse it.
Yes, and then they don't return such monies. And if you don't return such monies, how would they be able to empower
others? Okay. So we really appreciate your time with us on the correspondence. From what you have said, it's not as if we don't have enough opportunities. It's for the youth to look inwards, to think out of the box when you talk about entrepreneurship, agriculture, and so many other things. Thank you so much, Olayinka, for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
Still to come on the program, history of Edo State as a melting point of all tribes and religion. Details after the break. Join us again.
Recently, both the president and vice president demonstrated leadership by being among the first Nigerians to have the AstraZeneca vaccine administered to them on live TV for all in the country to see. Subsequently, many federal ministers, political leaders, and members of the Presidential COVID-19 Task Force have publicly taken the vaccine to follow in the footsteps of President Buhari and Vice President Oshibaja. To obtain it yourself, please go to the NPHCDA website. There is a link to click on in order to register and schedule your vaccination. In the meantime, please continue to wear face masks, wash your hands frequently, use hand sanitizer, and observe social distancing. This message was brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Nigerian youths are about the greatest assets the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth Entrepreneurship Support Years by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youths, and so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria, pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
Welcome back to the correspondence. By way of history, Edo State was carved out of Old Bendel in 1991 with a huge history as one of the 36 states with unique acronym, or better still, payoff line in the Federation. Correspondent Paul Amukago in this report traces the history of the state and the reason behind its name as the heartbeat of the nation.
Edo State is strategically and geographically well located as it serves as a transit point for travelers to the south-south, southeast, the northern part of the country, and it is a major link to the southwest. It is a melting point of activities ranging from trade, commerce, tradition, culture, political, and socio-economic background for which it has carved a niche for itself. Known for its ancient civilization and hospitality, the heartbeat of the nation, as it is fondly called, has a direct connect to competitive character of the people, the location of the state in the Federation of Nigeria, and its rich cultural heritage.
In 1992-93, when Chief John Odige Oyegun was the governor of the state, that was when most of the governors then were asked to find a tagline, because the new national vehicle registration just came up, and I needed to interview His Excellency John Odige Oyegun, and we were playing with, okay. And Chief Oyegun, during the interview, and just said, we are the heartbeat of this country. That whatever happened to Edo State, the nation would definitely, suffer a heart attack, and so that the federal government needed to pay special attention to what happened in our state.
Geographically, we have the northern part of Edo State that some are Muslims. They are near the northern region, the fringes of Kogi, Agenebode, Okene, etc. They are in Edo State. Some of the Delta part, Nikoroga, Ajakurama, Welowoshe, and the rest, they are Ijos, and they are in Edo State. If you move on another dimension to Agbo, Abavo, Igbanke, they are semi-Igbo speakers, and they are in Edo State. So Edo State is a citadel, it's a conglomeration of all these places, and that is why it is the heartbeat of the nation. It is a melting pot of tribes, tongues, religions, and individuals.
The state in the eye of the people is unique by all standards and has survival instincts when faced with challenges like the larger Nigerian society. No wonder it is called the heartbeat of the nation.
Yes, indeed, Paul, Edo State has unique attributes, especially its survival instincts, like that of the larger society in Nigeria. Thanks a lot. And that concludes the correspondence this week. Thanks a lot for watching. Join us again next week, same time, on another edition. And a quick reminder that COVID-19 is still around us. Continue to abide by government regulations and safety protocols. And more importantly, get vaccinated. Take responsibility and stay safe. And do remember to take action against rape and rapists. See you again next week.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Talking Movies.
In times of old, the world was full of wonder.
No.
Stop it! Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
It's time to use our voice.
Beyond 6 Packs.
Bills.
Pay the bills. Pay my telephone bills. Pay my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me and my paddies.
London for what? London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness. Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselucien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
This vaccine is safe and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
I am a Nigerian. I am one of 5 Africans. I am a Nobel Prize winner, a soccer champion, a giant of literature, a musical icon. My roots lie in the dusty Sahel of the north, in the rich rainforests of the east, in the savanna plains of the west, and in the oil-filled swamps of the delta. My strength flows from the waters of the Niger and the Benue. Nigeria.
Hello, thanks for joining us. Here's the news update at 2. I'm Ruth Aguela. President Muhammadu Buhari says the second larger bridge on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway will be completed before 2023. President Buhari gave the assurance at the opening session of the midterm ministerial retreat, where he highlighted major impacts of the administration. They include the establishment of Infraco, launch of the Nigerian Innovation Fund, growing the stock in the quality of land, rail, water and air transportation, as well as signing into law of the Petroleum Industry Bill.
Was the opportunity to effectively evaluate the activities of the ministries over the last 2 years in delivering our promise to Nigerians. Ministers are urged to work closely with permanent secretaries to ensure accelerated and effective delivery of the policies, programs, and projects in their respective priority areas.
Vice President Professor Yemi Oshibajo presented a progress report on the Economic Growth and Sustainability Plan.
Very serious economic challenge. And I think that that is largely on account of the stable and steady leadership that we received from Mr. President.
Nigeria should also move rapidly to the top of selected value chains, such as automobiles, computers and electronics, textiles and garments, and food manufacturing, transport, and logistics.
The retreat aims to review performance of government, identify key impediments to achieving set targets, and re-strategize to deliver results in the face of current realities. In commemoration of this year's International Day of the Girl Child, the United Nations urges the world to bridge the gender-digital divide that exists in diverse skills and jobs, especially amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. The 11th of October is set aside by the United Nations to impress on the global community to embolden gender equality impacts. The UN, in an official statement, says the 2021 celebration focuses on the inequity and exclusion gaps across geographies and generations, which is a challenge to the digital revolution. And now to COVID-19 updates. Nigeria's Center for Disease Control has confirmed 78 new cases of the virus in the country. Now, the cases were recorded in 10 states and the Federal Capital Territory. With the 78 new cases, the total number of confirmed cases stand at 207,694, 195,274 discharged, and 2,747 deaths recorded so far in the country. We're done with the update. Thanks for your time.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, welcome to the scale of justice, as I especially wish you a happy independence anniversary, the 61st independence anniversary of Nigeria. I am Femi Okewo with the pleasure of having you around with us today. For every independence anniversary, it gives an opportunity to do some stock taking. For some people, it is celebration time. For some, it is reflection time. And for us on the scale, we just look at Nigeria and say, where are we, and are we where we would wish to be? Of course, not many people would agree that this is where Nigeria ought to be after 61 years. But then there are so many factors that come together to determine how fast a nation moves in development. For us on this scale, our concern is about the justice sector. What would Nigeria have been without an arbiter organization, without an arbiter segment of government? A segment of government that looks into the problems of the society and adjudicates very objectively. Now, how objective has that segment of government been in the last 61 years? And is that segment of government itself moving fast enough? Is it moving with time? These are some of the things we shall be looking at on the scale today. And we shall be looking at that from the lenses of two major players in the segment. We have gone out to speak to learned senior advocates of Nigeria who will give us their opinion on the state of Nigeria and how helpful the justice sector or the bench or indeed the legal profession has been to our development.
The historical contributions of the legal profession in Nigeria is of a mixed bag. And what I mean by that is that in the beginning, when we got independence, the volume of work, the volume of litigations, and the quality of leaders we have at the bar and on the bench had a significant marked difference from the quality of the bar and bench we have, beginning from when we began what they call this republic. Then the ethics of the profession, the nobility of the profession, the Spartan nature of our justice system were not as it is that we have allowed our political differences to affect. Even during military regime, for instance, the courts were very vocal. You may recall the governor of Lagos State, Vice Chief Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. You will recall the case of Seidu Garba versus Federal Civil Service Commission.
There was a little ingredient of those cases, so that
these were cases.
What those judgments?
Those were cases where orders of court were not obeyed, and the Supreme Court deprecated and said that rule of law no any other language, whether in wartime, in peacetime, they speak the same language. And once the law is not obeyed, is not respected, the rule of law is not followed, anarchy, chaos will take place. Our judicial officers then were not taking the violations of their orders with lightly. But today you seem to see that even when the Supreme Court of Nigeria has given a decision, the Nigerian public began to make mockery of the decisions. You may have heard of whether this one is a Supreme Court, this one, Supreme Court governors. Such appellation should not be found, because when the court makes pronouncement, it should be final, and it ought to be final. So I think that we have unwittingly allowed the Nigerian political politics to creep into the legal profession, where as of today it appears what you know does not matter, it is who you know. So the character we recruit into the legal profession from the faculty of law to law school, back into practice, people who now worship wealth instead of the integrity, has adversely affected the nobility of the legal profession. So that is why I think that the legal profession, the leadership of the legal profession, both the bar and the bench, need to go back to drawing board to restore the legal profession back to that noble position in the society. But that does not mean that our judiciary had failed. Within the excruciating circumstances they found themselves operating, I think that the judiciary is the best among the three arms of government. And that, when I talk about the judiciary, I also mean the members of the legal profession, because we have code of ethics.
Could Nigeria have reached its level of development without the bench, without the legal profession, without the justice sector generally?
My answer straight away is no. Because the rule of law, which I would say law, is the basis and the foundation upon every society. Without the rule of law and without law, no society can stay and prosper and remain stable. Therefore, flowing from the concept of the rule of law or law, which society sit on, you have in each society, particularly now, to be more specific, our Nigeria, our great Nigeria, that we so much cherish and love, establish the arm of government, which is the judicial arm of government, with the Supreme Court at the apex. As far as I'm concerned, it is a very important arm of government, which operates as the stabilizing force between the other arms of government under the presidential system of government. Even in the parliamentary system of government, which we operated on independence up to the military interruption in 1967, before we brought in the presidential system in 1999, there was a judiciary, which is a separate arm, while the executive and the legislatures were fused in one. So that is a very important arm of government, and the judiciary has fared so well as far as I'm concerned.
Let's look back at all the tortuous times that Nigeria has had, and the legal profession too went through it. We know that in those days when there used to be military coups, one of the first things that the military would do was to pronounce some ouster clauses and or suspend some parts of the constitution. How did the courts cope with such a period of time?
You see, when you look at it very well, of the three arms of government, the only arms of government that the military had not been able to effectively abrogate, although had been castrated by ouster clauses, as you rightly pointed out, is the judicial arm of government. And that's why I say that in the beginning, for instance, you know that the Ladukomi case, the doctrine of necessities, the Supreme Court made some pronouncements about ouster clauses and decrees and declared them illegal, unconstitutional, and our court did so. But the military will come around it and promulgate a decree or law to oust the jurisdiction of the court. But in most cases, the brevity and the intellectual capacity and sagacities of our judicial officers were brought to bear. And at the end of the day, they also make pronouncement that even the military must follow due process. That's why I mentioned the case of Lagos State government versus Chief Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, when an order was made and the Lagos State government flouted it, and the Supreme Court did not take it kindly at that time. You cannot tout a trial court and come to a higher court to seek succor and to seek refuge. So at that time, we not only did the judiciary back, they were also biting.
There used to be a time when Nigeria was not in a democracy. How do you think that the judiciary fared that time, particularly going by what the military at that time would do? Whenever they came into government, they would suspend part of the constitution and pronounce some ouster clauses. How did the judiciary scale through periods like that?
Going back into memory lane, in 1966, when the military struck, they promulgated a decree called Suspension Modification Decree, in which substantial part of the constitution was suspended. It suspended the parliament. It suspended the powers of exercising the executive powers, even though executives still remain. But in a democratic manner, power of the executive and the legislation were suspended. Most especially, the parliament's power was suspended. But the decree, which is the Constitutional Suspension Modification Decree of 1966, still left the judiciary intact, with the Supreme Court still at the apex. However, the aspect relating to Chapter 4 was suspended. Military now were ruling by decree. Even though they say you have a fundamental right, yes, the judiciary will still adhere how to interpret what is that your fundamental right under a military rule or military regime. But I stand to be corrected. But I must say that one right that remained most important, that even if suspended, remain unsuspended, was the right to life. But the right to freedom, which is very important, which is next to right to life, was suspended. Because if you do anything, there's what we call the decree that will just pick you and send you to jail even without formal trial. But judiciary at that time, notwithstanding, to try their best to ensure the enforcement of the rights of individuals under the suspended constitution.
What we see in those judgments, and which you seem to think is lacking now, or which people observe is maybe lacking now, is the courage of the judge. Is courage taught in law school?
No, courage is inherent in character. Courage is inherent in integrity. Courage is inherent in the man who has set himself apart. Our recruitment process has affected the courageous dispositions of some of our judicial officers. For instance, late Chief MQ Abiola said, the hands of the giver is always on top. When you beg to be made a judicial officer, and the person who helped you to make you judicial officers have issues before you, or when you are a man of shady character, you cannot withstand the temptations of money and naira, or dollars and pounds sterling, and you are a man of anything goes, and you find yourself, because of the perquisites of the office as a judicial officer, you meander your way to become a judicial officer, there is no way you can have courage. So, we need to look at the process of our recruitments. We should recruit people who have character, people who have courage, people who have integrity, people who are honest, people whose only desire to be on the bench is to do justice to all manner of persons, irrespective of whose us is God's. And those who want to go to the bench to make name, not to make money, those are people we need on the bench.
Let's look at what the legal profession, the bench, can do for Nigeria, particularly when, at a time when people are asking the quality of the materials that occupy offices or are practicing.
Well, I want to say, and then quote from one of the legends of the legal profession of blessed memory, Chief Rotimi Williams, Chief Gani Fawemi, and the rest. We have had situation whereby some of the materials we are admitting into the legal profession and putting some of them with respect to the appointing authority are not the best materials that we are putting there. Speaking for myself, I must say without any fear of contradiction that there are lawyers called to the Nigerian bar today that have no business in the legal profession. There are lawyer judges appointed to the bench, with all due respect to the appointing authority, have no business on the bench of the Nigerian judiciary in some of the levels of the judiciary. Gone are the days, as a lawyer, privileged by the position I have today. In those days, you can beat your chest. If you read a case, you can make up your mind whether that case is good or is bad. You can give a legal opinion to your client, and that legal opinion will stand. It will be very difficult. If you go to court, you tell him this case we win or this case we are not likely to win. But today, I must say with all sense of, especially in political matters, we are having conflicting decisions, and the decisions that, with the greatest respect, ought not to even come from some of our courts.
What's the way out as we go into the future?
The way out is for us, for our appointing authority, and for those at the highest court of the land especially, to go back to the old days, the doctrine of judicial precedent. Let there not be conflict. What is that decision? In so years, what was the decision of this court? The Supreme Court, before they can deviate from their previous decision, will give reason, and will even invite amicus curiae to address them. Why must we deviate from our previous decision? Our judiciary, especially the apex court, must continue to lead us to ensure that conflicting decisions, especially coming from those courts, don't happen, should not happen and ought not to happen. And I am optimistic that under the leadership of the CJN and the National Judicial Institute Council and the fora of the Nigerian Bar Association, we can correct some of these things and agree to ensure that the judiciary remain the hope of not only the common man, the hope of every Nigerian and even the Nigerian community that should have hope and confidence in our judgment and quality of judgments.
That's the much we have for you on the scale today. We can't exhaust all the issues, but we have laid the foundation for us to know that there are more areas for us to go into, and there are openings for the justice sector to help in moving Nigeria forward, particularly under the democracy which we operate. We'll see you again with more evolving issues in the justice sector of Nigeria.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The willpower to become whoever you want to become has first to do with you perceiving an idea inside of you and then making that idea become a reality. Yes, we all have dreams, and when you have a dream, you birth your dream. It doesn't matter if you're an able person or a person with disability. Birthing of dreams has nothing to do with your physical personality. It has to do with who you are from the inside and what you have to offer. It's against the law from the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA, and today I have with me a young, talented man. He is the CEO and founder of Abilities Development Initiative. Abilities Development Initiative is a platform where he brings together young, talented poets, playwrights, artists to showcase their talent, their God-given talent. And he is also a caterer. He is. My guest is Mr. Ezekiel, and today is his birthday. So, is a cheers to that? Happy birthday.
Thank you.
More wings.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming on Against All Odds. When you cheers, you drink. Thank you for coming on Against All Odds. And he is going to bake. You know, I told you he's a caterer, and that means he also bakes. He's going to bake us his birthday cake today. So while he's on that, we'll get to know more about him. Don't go away. My name is Joshua, and the program is still Against All Odds.
Sometimes, life throws you several blows. Your ability to receive them all and still soar is a habit not so many can decipher. Ejeba Ezekiel Enenyi, at the age of 2 in 1985, developed weakness on his right lower limb as a result of post-poliomyelitis, and that has conditioned him to a frequent visit to the hospital for both physiotherapeutic treatment and orthopedic care. 3 years after, he accidentally sustained a third-degree burn that left him hospitalized for several months. How traumatic and depressing these experiences could have been for a child of his age, but love prevailed.
Is my butter and sugar already creamed? What we call creaming is when you use your mixer to mix the sugar and butter until it's fluffy, whitish, and as you can see, it's paler than
normal. Looks very light too.
Very light. It was actually polio triggered by poliomyelitis. Yeah, triggered by injection at the age of 2. So it started as fever, and I was rushed to the military hospital. My dad was a military man there. So we got there, and injection was administered, but after some days it turned out to be something else. I could not walk again after 11 days, according to what my parents said. You know, I was really little then, so I could not walk. Since then, it's been orthopedic care and all of that and all of that. I currently wear braces. I ambulate with braces.
Okay, so that's why you don't use a wheelchair.
Yeah. It's just on the right leg.
Okay.
So I wear braces. I also use a walking stick as an aid because of my weight. What do we have in the flour?
We have sugar. No, sorry, salt. Sorry, we have our salt and our baking powder.
Good.
Salt and baking powder.
He grew up with his family rallying around him, a happy, hopeful, and creative child who lived a normal life and attended several regular schools. In 2001, while Ezekiel was preparing to write his secondary school certificate examination at the Command Day Secondary School, Lagos, a set of robbers attacked his family's residence in Lagos, Nigeria, and he fell victim of their attack as he was shot at close range. This unfortunate incident left him visually impaired on his left eye with a lodging pallet in his optic nerve. These negative experiences affected his academic performances poorly and altered his chances of applying for his dream course, medicine, in the university. Later that year, Ejeba was admitted into the Department of Computer Science in the Faculty of Science for 1-year pre-degree program in the University of Port Harcourt, after which he proceeded for his degree in the same department. It took him another 6 years to struggle through these endeavors instead of its 4 years prescription. In 2009, he graduated from the university.
So what was it like growing up? What number are you in the family?
I'm from a family of 6 kids, and of course, a mom and dad. I would say a loving family with a Christian background, and in fact, it's that love that's kept me up to this point. They were so supportive from when the whole ordeal started, and it didn't just end with the post-poliomyelitis. At the age of 4, I had a 3rd degree burn at the age of 4, and it was
on your leg,
all over my face, my chest, down. But you can't really tell. No surgery.
No scar.
No scar, but not. It's just God's intervention, Wow. No surgery, nothing. But it took a while. I had to be in the hospital for a while. While we were talking, we're also learning.
We're also learning.
This is mixed fruit.
Yes.
Soaked in spirit. Okay. The spirit is serving as preservative for the cake.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to pour all of this in here now.
Okay. So with this now, the cake can stay how long?
It can stay for... I won't be exaggerating if I say it can stay for a year. But okay. Actually, would you leave a birthday cake for a year?
No, you won't.
No. But it can stay for as long as you want it to do. At the age of 17, I also had a terrible incident. Robbers attacked our house at Lagos then. We're in Lagos. And I happened to fall victim of the robbery. They came in, and before they came in actually, they started shooting. And before you knew it, I was gone down. And nobody knew actually, because I was very conscious and I was careful not to scream for more casualties. Because my parents, my siblings will all run out if they hear me screaming.
And then everybody will be gone.
Yes. So somehow they came in, they robbed, and they discovered I was already injured. That took me another 4 months or thereabouts in the hospital. And that happened to be when I was preparing for my secondary school certificate exam. It affected me a lot. I had my collarbone broken, because they didn't just end there. Sometimes when they are high, they do whatever. They came and they actually hit me with...
after shooting you?
Very well. They hit me on this side. I don't know what happened. I can't really say, but I know I was hit. So, that took me about 4 months in the hospital. In my first year, while studying computer science, the lodging pellets I had on me, there were actually some pellets that could not go ahead, that could not be removed. Some of them blocked my arteries, and I had a partial stroke. That was second semester, year 1. That affected a whole lot. Actually, if you have your mixer,
it's easier.
It makes this particular process easier.
Okay.
Growing up, Ezekiel faced many health challenges, yet he survived them all through the love and care showered on him by God, family, friends, and healthcare providers. The strength in us is measured every day as we strive to be the best we can. But how we go about achieving our goals is what determines who we are. Ezekiel is a humanitarian by nature, a child youth theater director, caterer, and a mentor. He is presently working as a school manager and a caterer.
This catering thing has been there from
there.
It's been there. My mom was a caterer and she
has more boys?
No, 3 boys, 3 girls.
Okay.
Yes. And they encourage me. No, we are not. Okay. They encourage me. They whatever I said I wanted to do, whatever I said I could do, they will always encourage me to do. Okay. So that was it. I continued with my no job, nothing. So catering was my stuff.
Due to his catering and event planning skills, he participated for the federal government of Nigeria's UWIN, a business plan competition in 2014, and made it through to the semi-final stage. In the process of the competition, he registered his company, Z Catering and Events Management, with the Corporate Affairs Commission. In 2011, his passion to reach out to the vulnerable motivated him to establish a children and youth ministry and theater called Joint Children Ministry, now known as Jesus Culture Minstrels in Abuja, a rural community in the Kina local government area of Kogi State, Nigeria. In this ministry, he mentors and trains children on various life skills, motivates them to dream big and see life beyond their immediate environments and circumstances by giving them theatrical trainings and seeking platforms for them to perform within and outside Kogi State.
I've been falsely accused and jailed for crimes they know nothing about. Yes.
So you've actually been standing like all through we started baking this cake?
Yes.
Your legs, when you stand, you don't feel pains. How long can you stand?
Actually, if not for now that my kafo, what I wear, is getting so weak right now, I could stand for as long as I want to. Oh. I do stand all night for rehearsal. Okay. We do all-night rehearsals. I do all-night rehearsals with my theater. Okay. So most times I stand, but these days, this particular kafo is really worn out. So there's more weight on my left leg right now, and it's affecting my knee seriously. So I think standing for 1 hour is even too much for me right now.
Oh wow. And it's expensive, right?
Very expensive right now. Very expensive.
All right.
So our cake is ready.
Okay. Yeah. This cake looks like it's going to be.
You can imagine that. So we're ready for the oven.
Okay. So
can you help me?
Yeah, sure. I can. All right. So we're putting the cake into the oven now, and then we'll be back very shortly. So wait. Still against all odds.
This is Against All Odds.
Welcome back. It's still Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, and I'm still with Mr. Ezekiel, a die-hard person, who has dreams, big dreams for the future. He doesn't get tired. And I've learned something, today I have.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So I can take you as one of my catering students now.
Yeah, sure.
I can proudly say I was the one who trained Yoshima.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're actually talking about you before we put the cake in there, and I'm sure there's more things you like to share with us. Like what now you're into catering, you've opened an initiative, okay, like helping train people.
The vulnerable.
The vulnerable and all that.
People we term the vulnerable.
Okay. So now, on your side, what would you say? Has it been paying your bills, catering and everything you've been doing? Has it been paying your bills?
There is so much discrimination. You can't really thrive in whatever you do. But we know the tire. We push on. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, like, for one, I'm a guy. Where I am is a local community. In fact, when I came to the village then, and I decided to stay in the village to do those of my, and I started flaunting as a caterer. It was really odd, really awkward. Because over there, you don't see men doing this kind of
thing.
So that part of discrimination is there. And more so that I am someone living with disability.
Another discrimination.
What can he really offer? So what I do is I make anyone that gives me a job to do. I go all the way to ensure that my work speaks for me. Well, I wouldn't deny the fact that my source of livelihood, apart from the support I get from my family, actually my family is my support. Can imagine at 38, I'm still telling you this. So my family is my major support, apart from my family. My other support financially is this catering job. I actually own a school. We started December last year. Okay. Currently in my secondary I have up to 10 students. In the primary, the number has been fluctuating from 70 down, up, back, and all that. And over there, a rural community, and where you have come to make the people know that I'm here to help. What can you really make from such establishments? Right now, there's another initiative I'm bringing into the system. I want every child to have a skill.
Yeah, I was thinking you would do that from the
If
onset.
I didn't have a skill,
You wouldn't have been able to strike.
you can imagine what would have become of me by now. So I have this initiative of granting them the opportunity to have skill acquisition, where you pick a skill. If it's carpentry, if it's whatever, catering, whatever, we will now partner with those that could partner with us. They will train you for a little fee that will come out of your school fees. But tell me, how can I achieve all this without finance? So my major setback is finance. And apart from this, I'm not blowing my trumpet, but it's good to blow my trumpet. Yeah. Because if I don't tell you, you won't know.
Lizard will nod his head.
Okay. To tell you, I try. You understand? Now, I was going to tell you this, that once every year, I organize rural outreach, not just in my community there. We look for the remotest of the communities around us, or even far from us. Like currently I live in Dikina local government. We've done outreaches in Ufu local government, we've done in Basa local government, and in fact I have the dream of touring the world, going to where we have vulnerable people. What do we do in this outreach? I get my medical friends to come. We gather resources, not from my friends. They just come to partner with me by rendering their services. My family, myself, as always. And maybe one or two friends. We put money together, buy drugs, go to these remote communities, and do medical outreaches for free.
Ezekiel's goal is to partner with the government, non-governmental organizations, and private entities to achieve wider scopes of these initiatives for the total well-being of vulnerable people. These partnerships shall be pivotal to achieving his dream. Ezekiel is yet to begin. He has his life ahead of him. He is passionate, talent-driven, loaded, creative, and is ready to offload all this to the younger generation.
It's been a fantastic time with you, and of course, we Against All Odds believes that the sky is your starting point.
Exactly.
Yes, it is definitely your starting point. You have so much energy in you. You're still young and very innovative. A lot of ideas in there. All you need to do is just an opportunity and a platform to exploit, which we believe that by God's grace that will definitely come very soon.
Amen.
Thank you for coming on Against All Odds.
Thank you for
Our
having me.
cake is still in the process of completion. Mr. Ezekiel has the desire to dig into the grassroots and give voice to the voiceless. He wants to touch the lives of the vulnerable. We have them out there. People who are there and do not have anybody to help them. That is where he wants to go. It doesn't matter where he is. Thank God for technology. He can get everywhere. All he needs is support, partnership, and sponsorship to be able to get there. You know what they say about there are some places you cannot go, but your resources can go. There are people you want to touch. You can't go there physically to touch them. But there are people who can actually get there to touch them. Mr. Ezekiel is available to give voice to the voiceless, to touch vulnerable persons out there and to give them a livelihood. It's all packed up and ready for you to reach out to him. Thank you for staying with us today on Against All Odds. Trust me when I tell you that there is nothing you dare to do that you cannot achieve. All you need to do is just to set and keep your mind focused. Everything is possible. Let's do this again next week, same time, same station. My name is Dushima Pius Ikerabe. This cake we will eat. Cheers.
Mountains that I would have to climb, and there will be battles that I would have to fight, but victory or defeat is up to me to decide. But how can I expect to win if I never try? I just can't give up now. I've come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me the road would be easy, and I didn't believe he's brought me this far to leave me.
Against All Odds wishes Mr. Ezekiel Ejeba happy birthday.
NTA, you can't beat the reach. Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
NTA Tuesday Live, analytical, in-depth, educative and interactive on national issues accommodating all sides of opinions.
We as a people have understood that we have to fight corruption before it fights us back.
Poverty has a financial index, so it should be fought also with a financial weapon. Give it to the social investments program. It has been a very courageous battle.
Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Join us.
Issues in the sports sector remain one of the most debated among Nigerians due to the passion, followership, government involvement, impact on Nigeria's external image and our national life in the sports parliament. The NTA offers Nigerians deep views on issues with experts in the sports sector, offering in-depth analysis, hindsight, insight and foresight towards elevating Nigerian sports to the zenith on the floor of the sports parliament. Sports Parliament, a unique platform for sports discussions, showing live on the NTA. Keep a date with the parliamentarians.
The eyes have it.
Second Niger Bridge and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to be completed before 2023, says Buhari. Nigerian Communications Commission sets reserve price for 5G spectrum auction at $197.4 million. Crude jumps on global energy crunch, U.S. oil at 7-year high. Plus, standards in Nigerian market amid implementation of African Continental Free Trade Agreement is the focus on the program. Details of this and more on Business Express on the network service of the NTA. We are reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Musa Abubakar. Now let's begin with the infrastructure. President Muhammadu Buhari this Monday in Abuja assured Nigerians that the 11.9-kilometer Second Niger Bridge, 120 kilometers Lagos-Ibadan Expressway and other key projects under the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund will be completed within the second term of his administration. The president gave the assurance at the opening of a two-day midterm ministerial performance review retreat organized to assess the progress made towards the achievement of the 9 key priority areas of infrastructure, transportation, economy, electricity supply, the petroleum industry, among others.
Work is expected to commence very soon on the Port Harcourt, Maiduguri line and Calabar-Lagos coastal line to connect the southern and eastern states of our country. Progress is also being made on the upgrading of our airports with the state-of-the-art facilities in line with world-class safety standards. In addition, we have launched the Nigeria Innovation Fund by the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. This is aimed at addressing investment opportunities in the domestic technology sector, data networking, data centers, software, agriculture, agri-tech, biotech, and more.
The African Development Bank will be investing $3 billion to support Africa's pharmaceutical and vaccines production capacity to boost quality health care on the continent. President of the bank, Akinwumi Adesina, confirmed this in a meeting with African ambassadors at the Chancellery of the Republic of Congo in Washington.
That we must develop Africa's indigenous pharmaceutical capacity, industrial manufacturing capacity. Right now, Africa imports more than 80% of all the pharmaceutical products that we use on the continent. The second is we must develop Africa's vaccine manufacturing capacity on our continent.
Now, the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has set the reserve price for sale of fifth generation 5G auction at $197.4 million for mobile network operators. According to the 5G auction draft information memorandum released by the Commission, the telecom regulator plans to hold the auction in December. NCC said it may offer two lots of 100 megahertz each in the 3.5 gigahertz band ranging from 3500 to 3600 megahertz and 3700 to 3800 megahertz for auction for the 5G network. Deployment in the country as it is empowered by Section 121 of the Nigerian Communications Act 2003. In the 80-page draft IM document on 3.5 gigahertz spectrum auction uploaded by NCC, the Commission said that the generic reserve price is the minimum price at which a lot shall be sold. NCC said this is the reserve price for one lot of 100 megahertz and has a value of $197.4 million, or its equivalent in naira at the prevailing Central Bank of Nigeria rates at the time of the auction. It stressed that each lot of 100 megahertz represents one eligibility point. Now to commodities, gold flat on Monday as Fed expected to stick to tapering plans. Let's see prices of other commodities. I have with me Mr. Mr. Standard, Farouk Salim. He is the Chief Executive Officer, Standard Organization of Nigeria, and our conversation will center on standard in Nigerian market amid implementation of African Continental Free Trade Agreement. You're welcome to Business Express.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, the Nigerian market has seen a lot of influx of substandard goods, which has been bad rather than good in recent times. How are you handling all that?
Well, we're handling it in various ways. We try to nip it at the bud by trying to use intelligence report to make sure those containers are taken care of. And then we reach out to warehouses using our intelligence group where people report bad things in the warehouses. And also we reach out as sensitizations to the market associations to explain to them some of those things that are happening are bad, and they see the consequences of it in the society. So,
but how would you assess the sensitization? Is it far-reaching? Has it reached, different localities?
Yes, it does. Actually, 3 weeks ago, I was at Alaba Market. I was the guest of the Electronic Dealers of Nigeria, and we did explain to them the dangers involved. Because some of these electronics, can explode and cause damages, burn houses, and of course, one of the biggest problems is that these cheap substandard goods coming into the country destroying our local industry. So it's a lot of issues. We have to tie it with security issues, unemployment, and dangers to society.
Okay, looking at the African Continental Free Trade market, what is happening with certification of products for export? Looking at the fact that Nigeria has one of the largest share of the market.
Yeah, actually the African Free Trade, we are the largest in the continent. Of course, South Africa is second. We do have a certification programs already in the ground. We have our MANCAP certification, which is for local manufactured goods. And we do have other, like we have our labs that will check almost everything. We have about 45 labs that are accredited internationally. And those products, ranging from cable, electrical, food, we all test them in our labs in Lagos, and they get certified. So we are ready when it comes to certification and preparation. The biggest issue generally is that some of our customers, they don't kind of consult us to reach out to us so we can help them with the certifications. They just export stuff without checking for standards, and that becomes a problem. That's why you hear situations where goods are returned or are left to rot in the ports overseas.
Okay. What about made in Nigerian goods? Any effort to promote made in Nigerian goods?
Well, that's the point. You see, our certification certifies our product, and we are currently with African standard organizations. We are meeting with various African standard organizations to have a mutual agreement where we have a mutual recognition agreement where if we have our stamp, they will take it in their country, and if they have their stamp, we take it in this country. So the effort is robust. It's just at a very infant stage right now.
Okay, how do we use standardization as a tool to create more jobs?
Well, that is very important because first of all, lack of standardization cost a lot of jobs. We lost a lot of factories, a lot of individuals lose their ability to make a living because substandard goods are coming into the country and destroying our local industries. So if we follow the standards in letting things into the country, if we follow standards in manufacturing, what happens is there will be more customers buying our goods, and with more customers buying our goods, there will be more employment, more opportunities for our people to have jobs. So it goes together, because if you have a standard product, you can ship it to any of these neighboring African countries, and people will buy it, they will not block it. One of the things that I always like to point out is some countries, I'm not saying specific country does it or the other, but since you cannot legally now with the World Trade Organization policies block foreign goods from coming in, most countries now are going to use standards to stop the goods from coming into the country. So if our goods locally are up to standard, then they can cross over borders seamlessly. They can actually go all the way to Europe. And that is something.
Okay, since you mentioned that, how about goods being exported out there and they have been rejected? I think there are several cases. We had lots of cases.
Well, you see, the problem, and I mentioned that just day before yesterday, the problem is individuals exporting goods, the entrepreneurs. Sometimes people look at the results. Like, somebody will tell you if you import yam in London, a tuber is £2. You just quickly gather your yams and clean them up and put them in a container and ship them. But the entrepreneurs do not take the time to do their homework, to see what standards are there in Europe, what are the requirements, what kind of certification they needed. Because, for example, if they come to us with a tuber of yams, we have standards for those kind of items. Tubers, we have standards for almost everything. So then we can say, okay, we have a certification, your product is up to standard. And then they look at other requirements in Europe, and then they do the paperwork and everything. So a lot of times, I like to think is because these individuals are not informed about what they needed in those host countries, and that's why their products are blocked at the ports.
But could it be that you no longer operate at the nation's port?
Well, that has nothing to do with it per se, because we operating at the nation's port is actually to police what is coming in. What is going out, being Nigeria is a very free country, you can put everything in your bag as long as it's not illegal, you take it out. So you can put whatever items you're exporting in a container and ship it out. The customs will check you to make sure it's not a contraband. So our ability not to be in ports actually stymied our ability to protect the country from substandard goods, leading to loss of jobs and factories closing. But basically, that is the export has nothing to do with that.
Okay, on the African single market, Kenya, Egypt, South Africa, and Ghana have such an infrastructure in place for this market. Where is Nigeria in this equation?
Well, the thing is, what I like about our people is we underestimate our ability and our power in the continent, in the world actually. Nigeria is a robust economy, it's a robust country. And we as individuals are very versatile. So really when it comes to infrastructure or ready for the free trade agreement in Africa, I think we are very ready. The issue usually is that we need to just make sure that goods coming into the country are protected and they are up to standard and they are not going to cause harm to our population. But as our factories, for example, most of our factories are very up to standard in the sense that people are actually now faking made in Nigeria products overseas, like our cable, our lubricants are so good that anywhere you go in West Africa, you see any of those items there on the shelves.
Okay, before I let you go, are we doing enough in terms of enlightenment?
Well, in life, if you say you're doing enough, that means you're dead. So essentially, no, we have room to grow and we have opportunities to make people aware of what the goods are and the damage to the society and the community. So yeah, we are doing it and we're increasing we are ramping it up because now we are reaching out to markets. Like I told you, I was in the market 2 weeks ago, and we are using media here to explain to people why standards are important, why standards are a security issue in the country. Because ordinarily, if you tell somebody, standards are part of national security, they'll look at you like, why? But when you look at it in detail, we don't have that much time, but when you look at it in detail, you discover that substandard goods coming to the country, they're cheap, they destroy our standard goods, our factories are closed, people don't have a job, and then they are idle, and then insecurity happens because people like to try other things, banditry, cults, 419 and all that bad stuff. So
okay. Any initiative for the small and medium scale industry to meet this standard?
Yes, actually, we have a robust initiative with state governments, because one of the things we recognize the fact is local governments, state governments are closer to those industries. So we reach out to governors with MOUs where we sign those agreements, and what we do essentially for those industries is we help them package their product. Actually, even the area they produce the product, we help them have a clean environment, and then we help them package it, label it, and then even sometimes marketing. Because a lot of problems we are having is if you go to the market, you see products that are locally made, good quality, but the way they look is not appetizing compared to a fake product from a foreign country.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Farouk Salim, Chief Executive Officer, Standard Organization of Nigeria. Thank you for
Thank you.
coming in.
I appreciate it. It's a pleasure.
Now, Business Express continues after the break. Oil prices surged again on Monday, extending multi-week gains as an energy crisis gripping major economies shows no sign of easing amid a peak up in economic activity and restrained supplies from major producers. Brent crude was up $1.20 at $83.59 a barrel after gaining nearly 4% last week. U.S. oil was up $1.46 at $80.81 a barrel, the highest since late 2014. Prices have risen as more vaccinated populations are brought out of coronavirus lockdowns, supporting a revival of economic activity, with Brent advancing for 5 weeks and U.S. crude for 7. Now, investors rake 520 billion naira in September as NGX gains traction. Bosede Abel has details of the market in the week ended.
The NGX All-Share Index and market capitalization for week ended 8th October appreciated by 1.61% and 1.62% to close the week at 40,868.36 basis points and 21.2 trillion naira. At a turnover of 2.1 billion shares worth 21.9 billion naira in 22,438 deals were traded by investors on the floor of the exchange. All other indices finished higher with the exception of NGX Insurance and NGX Consumer Goods indices that shared 1.51% and 0.51%, while the NGX ASM, NGX Growth and NGX Sovereign Bond indices closed flat. The financial services industry led the activity chart with 1.7 billion shares valued at 18 billion naira traded in 12,942 deals. The conglomerate industry followed with 93.1 million shares worth 169.8 million naira. The third place was the ICT industry with a turnover of 72.3 million shares worth 1 billion naira in 861 deals. Trading in the top 3 equities were FBN Holdings, Universal Insurance and Fidelity Bank. They jointly accounted for 1.1 billion shares worth 12.3 billion naira in 3,460 deals. Exchange traded product ETPs had a total of 260 units valued at 5,362 naira traded in 2 deals, as well as a total of 62,005 units valued at 65.8 million naira in 39 deals for federal government bonds. 42 equities appreciated in price during the week, 26 equities depreciated in price, while 87 equities remained unchanged. Boss said the Able Business Express.
Now let's join Ineka Oko with Global Stocks Update.
European stocks kicked off the week slightly lower on Monday as nerves around inflation and the upcoming earnings season offset surging commodity prices that supported oil and mining shares. The DAX slipped 0.4% to close at 15,194.15. CAC 40 of France also depreciated by 0.09%, while London's FTSE added 0.19%. In Asia, stocks were mixed as shares in Hong Kong led gains regionally. By the close of market, Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index climbed 1.96% to 25,325.09. Shanghai Composite was a little bit changed at 3,591.71, while the Nikkei in Japan added 1.6%. U.S. stock indices were lower in early morning trading. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 61 points, S&P 500 0.26%, and Nasdaq 100 0.38%. The mood in Africa was less tentative, with only markets in Kenya and Ghana edging lower after other major indices closed little changed. South Africa's JSE Africa Top 40 was up by 1.06%. Tunisia's Tunidex added 0.31%, and Namibia's overall index topped 0.15%. And that's global market. Neka Oko.
This is where we end this edition of Business Express. We value your feedback, so keep the comments, observations, and suggestions coming. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. Business Express returns Tuesday by 9:30 a.m. I am Musa Abubakar.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
vaccine is safe and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
We want to talk about rights, there are obligations. I'm not saying that this government is a saint, it's very far from it. But there are things that we can do to make it better, and that's the challenge I'm throwing to you. You don't want to build this nation? I don't know where else you want to go. If I had a choice, I'll come back. When I stand outside and I hear what you have to say about this country that I know that I can die for as one, then I'm really sad because you're young. You have education. You have tools. You have a huge future ahead of you. And you're condemning yourself before you started on that journey. So please don't do that. Please don't.
And there's the start. And promises to share out. Winds up that right hand.
Archbishop of basketball, goal! He hung on that net like a stalk up a tree.
NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, StarSat on Channel 434 and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Pension is important, and often it forms significant assets that people rely on to live on later in life. The need to have a pension system that is transparent, accountable, and responsive is the reason for the EFCC's engagement with stakeholders. We will bring you details in the course of the program. Hello, and thank you for joining us on another episode of The Eagle. My name is Aisha Muhammad.
Hello out there. My name is Abdurrashid Bawa. I'm the Executive Chairman of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The fight against corruption is our collective responsibility. I therefore urge you to please put in your best and help the EFCC achieve its mandate of ridding Nigeria of economic and financial crimes. Together, we can win the fight, and we will win the fight.
The Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC, Abdurrashid Bawa, has called for concerted action by all stakeholders in ensuring an efficient, effective, and fraud-free pension system in Nigeria. The EFCC chairman stated this in his opening address at the commencement of a two-day national summit on pension fraud, tagged Eradication of Pension Fraud in Nigeria, which took place at the Nigerian Air Force Conference Center, Kado, Abuja. Ojuchukutame Eche has the details.
Bawa said the EFCC, as the coordinating agency for the enforcement of all economic and financial crimes laws, is conversant with the rot in the pension sector, as the Commission has investigated and documented hundreds of billions of naira lost to fraud in the pension industry. He stated that beyond the money is the unquantifiable loss of dignity in the retirees, who have to grovel and beg and even die in some instances in order to access their contribution. This, he said, is the shame of a nation that those who contributed their most productive years to service in various capacities have to go through hell to live in retirement. The anti-corruption boss was worried about the quality of regulation, the fidelity of pension managers, and the inefficiency in the management of pension assets, with grave consequences for the national economy, not to talk of the perception of Nigeria as a country where anything criminal is possible.
The EFCC will have investigated, documented hundreds of billions of naira lost to fraud in pension industry. However, beyond the money is also the unquantifiable loss of dignity in the retiree who has to grovel and beg, and even die in some instances in order to assess his contributions. It is a shame of a nation that those who have contributed their most productive years to us in various capacities have to go through hell in retirement. At the EFCC, we find that a significant chunk of the cases we encounter while investigating public sector corruption is linked to the desperate efforts of the worker to escape the pitiable conditions he sees of today's retirees.
Also, the EFCC boss stressed that the far-reaching objective of the summit was to have a pension system that is transparent, accountable, and responsive to the needs of its most important, most vulnerable, and most vulnerable stakeholders, the pensioners. He therefore charged the participants to reach deep into their treasure troves of knowledge and come up with pragmatic programs and policy recommendations that would ultimately engender significant improvement in service delivery and eliminate the gaps currently being exploited by the negative actors in the pension system.
The sole objective driving this initiative, our sole dream, is for Nigeria to have a pension system that is transparent, accountable, and responsive to the needs of its most important, most vulnerable stakeholder, the pensioner.
Bawa gave assurance that the Commission would continue to vigorously enforce all the laws against fraud in Nigeria, assuring that the Commission was willing and able to do all that was necessary to ensure that a better life awaited pensioners. He further commended the President Muhammadu Buhari administration for its support to the fight against economic and financial crimes.
I wish it very sincerely. I'm thanking the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and my elder brother, Mr. Boss Mustafa, who is carrying the commitment of the government of Mr. President to this summit by personally giving the EFCC all the requisite support to drive this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you one thing that is incontestable as far as Mr. President is concerned, and it is that when it comes to the fight against economic and financial crimes, there is no deficit of political will to take hard decisions.
The special guest of honor and secretary to the government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, who described pension fraud as heinous, insensitive, and condemnable, commended the synergy among the stakeholders, which is said would permit analysis of the causes of pension fraud and bring out the measures to check them. He said the government was conscious of its responsibility in the pension sector and resolved to deal with criminal acts of pension fraud in all ramifications. Boss Mustafa disclosed that the Muhammadu Buhari administration had demonstrated a rare commitment to improving the plight of pensioners through various administrative and policy interventions. The secretary to the government of the Federation listed some of the initiatives of the administration targeted at making life more meaningful for pensioners, to include the release of 55 billion naira to settle outstanding pension arrears, placement of 3,542 pensioners of the Delta Steel Company on the payroll, placement of over 2,000 staff of the defunct Nigerian Telecommunication Limited (NITEL) on the payroll, approval of funds to pay the entitlement of dismissed Biafran police officers, and the settlement of claims of disengaged staff of defunct Nigeria Airways.
The topics to be covered at this workshop were carefully designed to provide a clear and lucid understanding of the pertinent legal and regulatory aspects of the subject matter that will enhance the knowledge and efficiency of the EFCC officers and other relevant stakeholders. I therefore urge the participants to brainstorm and provide veritable ways and means of stemming the incidences of fraud in the pension industry and our society in general.
Boss Mustafa commended the EFCC chairman Abdurrashid Bawa for the vigor and vibrancy he had brought to the leadership of the agency.
Finally, I want to charge the EFCC chairman not to let this effort end here, but to serve as the beginning of the necessary legislative, administrative, and regulatory and enforcement actions that will strengthen the pension administration system, which we all Nigerians genuinely deserve.
Goodwill messages were presented by prominent stakeholders, including Chairman, Police Pension Board, Suleiman Abba, Executive Secretary, PACAC, Professor Sadiq Isarada, who stood in for the Chairman, Professor Itse Sagi, President, Nigeria Labour Congress, Comrade Ayuba Waba, and Executive Commissioner Inspectorate, PENCOM, Clement Akintola, who stood in for the Director General, PENCOM, Aisha Dahiru Umar. Others were the Executive Secretary, Military Pensions Board, and representative of the Abia State Governor, Professor ACB Agbazweri.
I would want to commend the federal government under the present regime of President Muhammadu Buhari, who have gone all the way to settle all outstanding contributory benefits that the federal government normally makes to enable contributors or take benefits.
To wish the EFCC well, to support them as usual, and to say that fighting corruption is a huge business and so far so good as far as the activities of the EFCC is concerned.
I wish you a very successful deliberation. I want to support this initiative, and I want to assure you that NLC will always be in such initiative and support moves to be able to sanitize our system.
So, while the pension institutions explore their respective mandates, the continued collaboration with the EFCC will certainly serve as catalyst for reducing the menace of fraud in the pension industry to the barest minimum.
I wish to sincerely commend the EFCC for this foresight and the initiative towards organizing this workshop. From the little time I've assumed duty at the Military Pension Board and my experience, I have seen that this sort of workshop is needed in order to establish synergy among key stakeholders in the administration of pensions in the country.
Abia State Governor Okezie Victor Ibazu is delighted and consequently commends the Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and his team for the wisdom of realizing that workshops such as this sensitization workshop on the eradication of pension fraud in Nigeria will go a long way in educating the people and ultimately serve as a preventive measure towards curbing corruption.
Presenting a paper entitled Case Study Analysis of Fraud in Pension Administration in Nigeria, the EFCC Experience, Director of Operations, EFCC, Abdukarim Chuko, highlighted the gaps in the existing pension arrangements frequently exploited by criminal elements in both the public and private sectors. He noted that the country had lost several billions of naira in the process. Chuko, however, identified improved staff training, proper internal control, improved reporting system, and severe penalty as measures that could help to check the incidence of pension fraud. Ojo Chokutami Eche for The Eagle.
Well, employees of both the public and private sectors are involved in the contributory pension scheme with the hope of a better life after retirement. But that is not the case. It is our hope that all teething problems associated with pension scheme will become a thing of the past so that we not only retire in peace but look forward to being retirees. The Japanese government has pledged to support the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) in the fight against economic and financial crimes. The Japanese ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to Nigeria, Matsunanga Kazuyoshi made the pledge during a courtesy visit to the executive chairman of the EFCC, Abdurrashid Bawa, at the EFCC headquarters, Abuja. Here are details of his visit.
The envoy, Matsunaga Kazuyoshi, who expressed delight at the professionalism of the EFCC, noted that the Commission's efforts in helping a Japanese victim of scam to recover and repatriate a sum of 370,000 yen to Japan early this year was the first case in Japan where the victim's money remitted overseas was returned. He asked for EFCC's continuous cooperation in helping Japanese victims of fraud, noting that many victims were reluctant to come forward because of the difficulties in tracking monies transferred to foreign countries. The envoy further disclosed that the Japanese government had conducted a training program on governance in some countries and promised to extend the gesture to the EFCC.
And also the Japanese government has invited members of local security agency in Nigeria to Japan for training. And so after the lift of the travel restriction, we would like to resume the training program and further deepen our relationship.
Responding, the EFCC chairman Abdurrashid Bawa briefed the envoy on the mandate of the commission and its strategic direction under his watch, especially the use of technology, and disclosed Strategic Plan 2021 to 2025 launch by the EFCC. The EFCC boss described the commission as a hub of international cooperation in law enforcement in Nigeria, adding that the EFCC partners with everyone to see that economic crime is eradicated in and around the globe. He assured of the Commission's willingness to continue to investigate any reported case where Japanese citizens are victims of scams and to restitute the recovered funds accordingly.
The country is now engulfed to the fact that, look, we have to kill corruption, just as the president says. And if you don't kill corruption, corruption will kill this country. So there is that general awareness of the fact that, look, we have a problem here and that we have to deal with that problem. And EFCC is at the forefront of all of that because part of our powers is that we are the coordinating agency of all economic and financial crime laws in this country. And of course, we have investigated several cases in partnership with foreign countries, in the areas of 419 and in the areas of, public corruption. And we have recorded tremendous success in that regard.
Ojo Chokutami Eche, reporting for The Eagle.
The Australian government has pledged to support the EFCC in the fight against economic and financial crimes. The Australian High Commissioner to Nigeria, John Donnelly, made the pledge during a courtesy visit to the EFCC chairman, Abdurrashid Bawa, at the Commission's headquarters in Jabi, Abuja. Amina Kawa tells us more.
Australian High Commissioner John Donnelly said that he was impressed with the Commission's annual report and the achievements of Bawa in his 100 days in office, adding that he has seen how prepared the Commission was in tackling corruption. He said he was at the Commission to explore options and discuss issues concerning mutual interest and also show support to the anti-corruption fight. He observed that Nigeria and Australia have similar experience in the area of tax fraud